Okay, we'll officially open the meeting, councillors. Thank you for your attendance. Welcome to all of you. Welcome to our amazing staff. And also, I just wanted to acknowledge, as we traditionally do, the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet, the Durrumbal people, and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging. Councillors, this morning we've got Pastor Ron McClintock from the Yeppoon Wesleyan Church, and Ron's going to deliver our opening prayer. So thank you for your attendance today, Ron, and we pass the microphone to you.
Thank you. Let us pray. Father, I do want to thank you for the privilege of being here before this day starts, recognising that these people that you have brought together to lead and gift in leadership and oversee our community. And I know, Father, that you have given them wisdom and that you have given them insight to lead well, that they are a gifted group of people, Father, who you have set in place for this time. And Father, I'm grateful. I thank you for the privilege of today. Whatever the agenda items that are going to come up, may they honour you. May your blessing be upon this meeting, but also, Father, your word tells us that when we pray for our city, the whole city is blessed. And so in that mindset, Father, I thank you for the blessing across Yeppoon and Livingstone Shire. Father, it's a privilege to come before you right at the outset of today, and I pray your blessing upon each one, the conversations that take part in this building, Father, the attitude that each one brings, and the thoughts and insights that come as a result of what takes place here today. Bless our Mayor and each of the councillors as each one brings and contributes to what you are wanting to be seen done in this community. So, Father, it is a privilege and a blessing and an honour. So thank you, Father. May your name be honoured. In the name of Jesus we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ron.
Have a wonderful day. Thank you very much.
Well, councillors, we have a full attendance. No apologies at this stage. And item 4 is confirmation of minutes of previous meetings, and we've got the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 20th of September to be taken as read and adopted as a correct record. Can I get a mover and a seconder for that one first, please? Thank you, Councillor Mather. Moving. Seconder. Councillor Watson. Thank you. All in favour? Carried unanimously. The second lot of minutes, councillors, are from the special meeting on the 4th of October 2022. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please, for that? Moved, Councillor Watson. Seconded, please. Councillor Eastwood, thank you. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Item 5, councillors, any declarations of interest in the matters on the agenda? I was going to declare an interest in 11.3, but 11.3 is being withdrawn from the agenda today. So there's no need for me to do that. Any others, councillor? Councillor Mather, ladies first.
11.1, Mr Mayor, in relation to the councillor's mileage.
Right, yeah. Yep. All right, thank you. Noted. Councillor Watson.
11.1 and is it 3? Oh, so 3's been pulled. Yeah.
It's been withdrawn.
Yes, yeah, that would have been the other.
11.1. Okay. Right. 11.2, Councillor Eastwood. What's the basis of yours? Sorry. Yep.
Conflict of interest in relation to surf lakes.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I had a perceived conflict, I thought, for 11.17, being a member of a community group. However, Mr CEO has said that it's fine. It's not a conflict.
No, not unless you're a member of the Executive, Councillor.
Yes,
yep.
Thank you.
And Mr Chair, if I could also declare a conflict of interest in terms of Gravel Pit Road by connection with Surf Lakes as a shareholder, so we'll be declaring that and leaving the room.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Deputy. Councillor Watson.
Sorry, I've been wondering about the wastewater on GKI with my family having a house on the island, but I don't think it has anything to do with our house, so I can't see it really being a conflict, but I'm just asking the table.
Historically, you've left the room, Councillor, haven't you, when matters of GKI come up?
In this case, I look at it as it's the sewage works. It's probably got nothing to do with the house or valuations or anything.
We might Seek an opinion from the CEO.
Probably two comments, Mr Mayor. The time for wondering is probably before 9 AM on meeting day. The other is, I guess we're unsure exactly what the item that's listed will entail if it begins to explore the prospect of providing a benefit or a loss to probably a close associate of yours, a family member of yours. Then yes, you would be advised to make a declaration and either have your colleagues judge suitability for remaining in the room or voluntarily choose to leave.
Oh, yes, I can. So I'll leave it at that for now.
All right, thank you. Councillor Mather, could I trouble you to turn the microphone off down there? Oh, thank you, Councillor Friend.
Mr Mayor, we have a deputation via Teams.
Yeah, we can put it back on in a sec if that's all right. All right, any other declarations, councillors? Right. Councillor Hutton.
Mr Mayor, for the benefit, I will highlight a perceived conflict that as Zone Chairman for Lions, the Lions Club of Emu Park, the Lions Club of the Caves are both part of the zone of which I am the leader, however, have nothing to do with the executive or the management of individual clubs and the activities that they undertake, nor have any benefit perceived from them gaining or undertaking any said projects. I also have been the Keppel Coast Country Club's patron, but again, not an active participant in the club, so would have no awareness or involvement in the activities of the club in terms of what they're doing today.
All right, thank you. All those duly noted, Justine?
Yeah.
Excellent. All right, well, councillors, item 6 brings us to deputations, and the first one is from Martin Brooks from Green Caffeine. Martin is coming in on live stream, which Justine is setting up now as we speak. And the second one is coming in via or in person, so we'll look forward to both of those. At the moment, we're just waiting to connect with Martin Brooks.
Mr Mayor, on that, can I just ask a question? I know that previously we'd had a conversation around putting deputations to after
Lunch.
I'm just wondering if this is in an incidental accident, or is this just a return to previous form, or is this just...
My understanding, councillor, is that this is the only time these people were available, so we...
I wonder if it was just a still at first. So you see what we're all coconuts?
Yeah, I am. Good morning.
Excellent.
Good morning.
Good morning, Martin.
Good morning, councillors. Thanks for having me.
Martin, we apologise, had a few technical difficulties, so you're good to go. You have 20 minutes in which to present to council, so over to you.
Yeah, no, thank you. I won't keep you long. It was just a reach out to councillor friend a couple of months ago. I'm from a company called Green Caffeine, and we're a swap and go reusable coffee cup system that's run throughout 750 cafes across Australia. And we're just trying to make it easy for people to hang on to and continue to use a reusable coffee cup. So the whole idea of Green Caffeine is that we supply reusable cups to cafes free of charge, and then coffee drinkers can download the Green Caffeine app and they swap cups in and out of any participating cafe, and they can simply grab a coffee in a Green Caffeine cup, drink that coffee and return that cup dirty, and get the next cup of coffee in a fresh, clean cup. And we just use the infrastructure that's already in place within the cafes to wash the cup. It's very similar to a swap and go gas bottle system. You never own the cup, you just own what's inside it. And it's like a library book system for coffee drinkers. So the coffee drinker downloads the Green Caffeine app. Now, Green Caffeine is free as long as you try to do the right thing. And what we're trying to promote is for people to continue to bringing their cups back and keeping them in the system. So they have 30 days to return cups. So if you check out a cup in a cafe in Sydney, you can drive down to Tasmania and swap it there for a clean coffee, a clean cup, and you have 30 days to do that. What we don't want is our cups to be like a normal reusable coffee cup where people, 95% of Australians have about 4 or 5 of them sitting in their cupboard not getting used. So with our system, you can check that cup out. If it does sit in your cupboard at home, we'll send you a reminder email of 14 days and 28 days to return that cup. And if you don't, on the 30th day, you get charged a one-off $12.99 late fee. But even after that time, you can return that cup and get a refund through the app. So we're trying to really encourage coffee drinkers to keep the cups into the system, get used to that swap and go availability. Like I say, it was just a reach out to councillor friend a couple of months ago because we've had 13 cafes register up in the Livingstone council area. And Green Caffeine is funded by council partnerships, so we sell branding on our cups. I've got one there that we partnered with Townsville City Council early in the year, and that enables us to come to a city like Townsville. I think we ended up setting up about 30 cafes in Townsville. We have a bit of a hoo-ha about it, give some free coffee away, some photo opportunities, and kick the system off. Now, in saying that, the money that we do make from that enables us to then set up cafes in other areas around Australia. And it was just basically letting the councillor friend know that we've had 13 cafes within the Livingstone area register for Green Caffeine. I think we've got about 12 of them or 11 of them up and running. And it was just, it's a really good indication that the cafes in your LGA are conscious about single-use coffee cups and looking for a solution besides serving them. And it's a great story for council. We can offer it to free for cafes and coffee drinkers through these partnerships. And it's a sustainable way that we can show to a cafe that, hey, you can do something great for the environment. You can be sustainable and not serve coffee in a single-use coffee cup. And every time a Green Caffeine or a reusable coffee cup leaves your store, you will save 25 to 30 cents per coffee by not spending it on a single-use cup. So it was just a reach out to council and friend, and She invited me to present to you guys today. So, yeah, it was just basically what Green Caffeine is. We've partnered with over 35 councils across Australia already, 750 live cafes across Australia, 40,000 people have downloaded the Green Caffeine app, and we've to date saved over 1.6 million single-use coffee cups. So it was just about a bit of awareness, getting the messaging out, especially with some of these state and federal single-use plastic bans coming into place.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Martin. Councillor Friend, over to you.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Martin, could you tell us a little bit more about Townsville and some success stories that's happening currently in Townsville, and how specifically would councils in general be able to come on board with this really great initiative?
Yeah, well, Townsville was very similar to Livingstone, where we had those initial cafes registered, and it got to a point that we couldn't ourselves keep funding the cafes. We looked for that council partnership, so we reached out to Townsville Council. They jumped on board. They partnered with the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Authority. We put a proposal to them. We launched earlier this year. We originally had, I think it was about 10 cafes showing interest. Come launch day, we had over 30 cafes on board. Across the LGA, they branded on our cup. We had the local news up there. There was a big hoo-ha. We had most of the councils come down for a photo opportunity. Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Authority were there. And it was just a really great response from the community to say, hey, we care about the environment, but sometimes life gets in the way. And it's little things like these that can sort of incentivise people and show that, you know, the council, community and the cafes are trying to combat the single-use disposable coffee cup problem.
Thanks, Martin. Sorry to talk over you then. Mr. Chair, through you, through the Townsville and the Great Barrier Reef Marine Parks, was the liaison done through Green Caffeine to Gooroompah, or was it through the council to Gooroompah, or maybe even through their local Marine Advisory Committee?
The connection there was made by Townsville Council, so they reached out straight to Gooroompah and did that connection. So that was through Townsville Council themselves.
Martin, I take it you've forwarded Councillor Friend some information on how all of this works?
Yeah, that's correct. I've given a proposal, a rough idea proposal to Councillor Friend, and I think yesterday when they sent me this link to join, I just gave another blank proposal outlining most of your questions you're going to have maybe when this conversation finishes. I think the most important thing is cups are designed and made in Australia. They're actually made in Brisbane. We're currently running at about 23% food grade recycled plastic in the cups. So we're trying to really make that a circular economy. So if there's any cups damaged, we turn them into new cups. So yeah, it's just really kicking those sustainability goals.
And I have no doubt that the question crossing most councillors' minds at the moment is what the cost implication for the community of this is.
Yeah, I can understand that. I gave a rough proposal to Councillor Friend earlier in the month with some pricing in there. I think that the indication is that the savings are there long term for cafes and councils especially for that waste component, and cafes for the cost of single-use coffee cups. But
Okay.
I understand that councils are in a bit of a fickle position at the moment with budgets. We do have some council partnerships where they've got some funding through their tourism and branded some tourism logos on the cups. We've had some other councils that have sought funding from the EPA in New South Wales.
All right, we'll look forward to reading that information from that you've sent to Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll pass that on.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Martin.
Thanks so much. Thanks, Martin. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Right.
I have to say we get our own coffee cups at $4.70 each. It's less than a quarter of the price of what he's charging. I don't know what the price is charging. He's charging $17,380 for 1,000 cups.
It's actually going to be generous.
All right.
What do you think you can do with Chip?
Well, we already are. Council already gets a logo on it. For 4,000.
But probably proper as opposed to maybe.
I don't think it's but I'll look at it, we already after their own logo.
Just need to receive that.
Oh, yeah.
Do the next.
Okay, good morning, councillors. I'm Jim
Oh,
Callan, accompanied by Michael Green.
Sorry, gentlemen, I'm going to have to put a pause on that for a minute. Councillors, we have to receive that last deputation. Thank you. So can I get a mover and a seconder? Move Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Watson. All in favour? Thank you very much. Sorry, gentlemen, formalities. So,
Okay.
Jim, over to you again. Sorry.
Thank you very much. I'm here to put a proposal to you regarding upcycle CQ. You may have heard what upcycle CQ is. You may not. Hopefully we'll get some clarification here. The hope is that we can align our thinking with what's happening in our region so that we can make opportunities available for our people. So I believe this is working shortly.
We're having some technical difficulties this
That's
morning.
okay.
Good things take time.
We live with technical difficulties all the time, notwithstanding hackers. Okay, so the thrust today is to look at a concept or an idea entitled frugal innovation and how it underpins social sustainability. We all have an understanding of sustainability, environmental sustainability. Everybody's aware of what that is, okay? Social sustainability is something that's less emphasised. And what I propose today is that I'll ask myself a few questions so at least I'm cued to explain why it is that we're doing what we're doing. And did I just turn something off? I might have done. Okay, right. The arrow's here. Okay, go that way. Yeah, here we go. Okay. So our objects are fairly clear. These come straight out of our constitution. We may be called upcycle CQ, but no, the word doesn't appear in our objects. As you can see, we're providing life skills, training to young people from disadvantaged backgrounds. We're building capability, reskilling, developing competencies among people from disadvantaged backgrounds. We're trying to spur creativity in community, problem resolution, upskilling and innovation in disadvantaged individuals. We're supporting the inception, development, and consolidation of circular economy in regional settings where communities seek ways to cultivate local talent. We extend personal capability, reskill and develop competencies among people from disadvantaged backgrounds, and we provide a free service to assist people with a physical and mental disability to be able to participate in work and assist them with their travel to and from work. So as you can see, our purposes are charitable, and we are on track at the moment. Probably by the end of this financial year, we expect to have deductibility gift recipient status. So we're incorporated now, we've got our ABN, and we've just opened our bank account, so we're ready to go. Okay. I've been operating from from the PCYC campus, and I'd like to acknowledge Sergeant Greg Jones, the director, who's given me pro bono use of the place. But of late, he said, Jim, it's time to part company. You've got to move. So we're in the process of extricating ourselves. All my junk has to go somewhere. And you people refer to it as junk. Most people do. It's e-waste. And the reason we selected e-waste is because of this book, The Upcycle. I was inspired with this as I went into retirement in 2018 out of academia because of the simplicity of understanding the concept of a biological cycle and a technical cycle. When I talk to young children, I refer to the biological cycle as Mother Nature, and they understand that. When I tell them about the technical cycle being us, they say, oh, is that why we do STEM? Is that why we come to school? Why we learn mathematics and all that sort of stuff? I said, yeah, because we are responsible for the technical cycle. Everything that we produce, everything we manufacture from raw resources belongs to us. It's a function of our wealth as human beings. And what are we doing with it? When we finish with it, we put it in a hole in the ground. And I'll say, this is what we've got to stop. And they understand that message implicitly, but they don't know how to go about it. And we're trying to help them in Upcycle CQ. So these gentlemen talk about design, they talk about beyond sustainability and designing for abundance. The assumption they have is we live in cycles of abundance. We've got a world that's materials. We call it our material culture. So why upcycle? Why upcycle CQ particularly? Well, because we are trying to get the idea of frugal innovation across to people. What is a frugal innovation? And what is frugal innovation? It's a requirement for success. A situation that the COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated, where each of us in local communities has to be engaged at the grassroots level in innovation to solve our immediate problems. We can't necessarily rely on authorities to solve the problems. I'm sure this council appreciates the need for the community to step up and realise it's not council's province to provide solutions for everything. The council will help and govern and protect as much as it can, but it's up to individuals like me and everyone else in the community to get innovative and start thinking about our local problems, what we can do with it. So that's where the social sustainability comes in, which is really about individuals and society and organisations, including businesses, building capacity to shape change and to benefit from it, to benefit from that change. Drawing on megatrends, I'm not sure whether you've seen this report from the CSIRO, published in 2017, 5 years old, I know, but still quite topical and relevant, and they have updated it. These are the trends that we face as a community. I'm sure looking at those generally you'd agree. I'm sure the citations there if anyone wants to read more about it. But what I found influenced me about the megatrends is the future scenarios. And that's where we're putting our risk profile. We are a minnow as an organisation at the moment. I'm the first volunteer. I'm supported by about a dozen other volunteers. Michael's a volunteer as well. And we're trying to get volunteerism activated in community. We know it's active, but activated around the upcycle. Okay, so that these scenarios don't become things that we ignore, because if you look at technological process and the connectivity access on this 2x2, psychologists and theorists all love 2x2s, by the way, okay, you can see there's various scenarios. These ones on the left are limited, and these ones on the right are about human capital and economic diversity. So it's a good thing to have in terms of development, okay? So the technological process and connectivity access, the uncertainty of breadth and depth of technological development, digital adoption, transport, infrastructure and social connectedness issues. I know there's a lot of verbiage there, okay, I'm happy to translate if you wish, but really trying to make the connection. I'll get down to simpler in a few minutes. The human capital and economic diversity access, that's the extent to which regions incorporate diversity of industries, support a broad and robust labour force. And that's what we're asking. We're looking for others to jump in on this opportunity, council as well as community to be involved and aligned with the efforts that we're trying to unfold in our technocratic, if you like, activities. Should push it before I actually need to push it too much. Okay, it's coming, sure. Okay, right, so there's a strategic foresight for regional Australia which has just been updated, okay, and it's preparing our community for 2040. I'm not sure what age I'll be in 2040, it's 7 years from now? Yeah. So I'm going to put about 5 or 10 years in it, as far as I'm concerned, that's my commitment. I'm not sure how many years Michael's prepared to put in as a volunteer, but I believe in this community. I believe it's an exciting place to live in, and I believe it's a place that we need to develop our young people, give them the foresight about what's needed in our community, because I have had the moment of truth, a moment of truth at St Brendan's several years ago when I introduced the kids there to social change and social entrepreneurship by bringing in a group called Young Change Agents. We had a very successful 2 days until I got the kids ready for presentation. I said to them, guys, tell us about this part of the world. What are you going to do with your ideas? Nothing. I said, why not? I said, there's nothing for us here. I said, you've got to be joking. This is your community. This is your home. Why are you telling me there's nothing for you here? I said, no, as soon as we finish high school, we're on the plane, we're flying out of here. I said, well, that's something we've got to stop. That's a common problem in regional Australia, that brain drain. Okay, we've got to stop that. We've got to retain our kids. We're not going to stop them from travelling. We're not going to stop them from exposing themselves to other parts of the world. We want them to find that this part of the world, their home, is a great place to grow and develop in. And by doing that, we don't just go to school and we don't just play sport. We actually involve ourselves in community activities. We actually volunteer, or we actually step up and go to activities. They might be paid for activities, but activities are going to help us to understand why it is we're at school and why we're part of this community and what future we want to have for our community. Because our mums and dads are going to stay here, even though we might go away. This is our home. So we want to encourage that sense, rather than thinking, okay, just because it's not working for us. So you can see there's lots from this report that can be taken out. But what I liked about this one is that they were talking encouragingly about innovative entrepreneurship that's occurring in the larger metropolitan areas. And you can see this dark area here, most of Queensland, shows it's less than 148 business entries per 10,000 inhabitants arranged in that time to do with innovation. So by engaging our young people in frugal innovation, and anyone else is interested, by the way, not just young people, we want to get the conversation about innovation happening more. People doing it reflexively, like jumping on a bike and riding somewhere. We should have more of that, by the way. Engaging people in innovative conversations, solutions, working out solutions to your own problems, just saying, I don't know, forget the I don't know, work at it, Right, did I do the wrong thing again? All right, thank you. All right, so the industry sector is continuing to accelerate because of COVID-19, okay? And COVID-19 is not going away. These are the three key players, stakeholders or players at the moment: health and aged care, digital and IC economy, and reusable products and reusable energy sectors. And that's the sector that I'm keen to dabble in, okay? The reusability, the repurposing, the remaking, okay? The refashioning, the repairing of things, okay? To hold on to our wealth, etc. I'll make a point about that later. So in terms of our operating cycle, what solutions are being proposed to use frugal innovation to enhance social sustainability in Livingstone? We're going to run workshops. We are running workshops. We've been running workshops the last couple of years, but they have been public-facing workshops. They've been inwardly facing, trying to get people enthusiastic about what we do. But apart from running the workshops, we want to align with other agencies. The food bank, for argument's sake. People go to the food bank. The gentleman was here a minute ago from the Methodist. Parish. Yeah, that's right, the Methodist parish. Anyone and everyone. Other agencies. I work with PCYC. I've worked with the Real Group. I've worked with the Flexible Learning Centre. I've worked with HSA, Home Support Association, with disabled people. All those agencies, Upcycle CQ is prepared to not compete with, but align with, so that we can do good. Okay, effect good, okay, around the idea of frugal innovation and social sustainability. The benefits, I think, will come across community, but I just don't want to talk about it. I want to be able to measure it, and I need help and support in doing that, so that I can come to another deputation and report back to council as to how effective Upcycle CQ is as an enterprise, a social enterprise in community. I'm registered with QSEC, the Queensland Social Enterprise Council. I'm also part of Prue Acton's Grant Academy. The idea there is to actually source funds not from council, but from other agencies, so that the win for council is clearly in terms of the build-up in community capability, so that we can celebrate that. And the win for Upcycle CQ is that it's an agency or institution that works with other charitable institutions and commercial entities to do the right thing as far as enabling our young people. And the other win, obviously, is to every individual in the community. Now, I don't expect to knock everybody over and convert everybody overnight. It's something that's going to be happening within our culture, okay? I have alliances with Lions. We work with them. Also with the new Leo's chapter, we're going to be working with them. I formed a bit of a relationship with Chapter, a small business in town, around something we call EVs for Littlies, and that involves Lions, Chapter, and the Inspiring Australia STEM people, okay? STEM funding organisation. So we're doing everything possible to actually ensure that the benefits are maximum and long-lasting. Who could support Upcycle CQ? Well, I've got some ideas, but I believe Council might have some ideas as well. And I'd like Council and urge Council to keep us informed as to what we might do or who we might connect with. Have a great working relationship with Councillor Watson and others, Councillor Bellow and Councillor Hutton. And we did have a bit of a talk some time ago, remember? Yeah, that's right, okay. So I think it'd be great just to keep those conversations going, because these organisations and people, the network is really important. As a social enterprise, we leverage off our networks for opportunities. Pushed it too fast again. Sorry, you're having a hard time with me today. Okay, all right. So in terms of resources, what, how much and who? Well, we're still working that out. The what, I think I've indicated. The how much, well, at this stage, we're going to stretch ourselves out for 12 months and see how we go. We're working towards gift-deductible recipient status. We will obviously be going for grants. We're obviously going to find other people to provide the service, whether they're paid for or not. We are intending to run a Work for the Dole program. We're going to be based at the basketball centre, the Blazers Basketball Centre. We've had the place assessed yesterday. There's a requirement for a fire alarm in there so that if we're locked away in one of the rooms, it's air-conditioned room, we're working in there, if there's a fire or some emergency, we won't hear it. So that was pointed out to us by the assessor yesterday. So there are a couple of things we're trying to get in line so that we can provide for at least underemployed, I don't call them unemployed, but underemployed, to inspire them and to give them the aspiration to be engaged with our material culture for the benefit of solving problems, of engaging in socially impactful, worthwhile programs in our community. And those calls will come from any direction. There may be something I might hear about, the fashion and an idea, or it might be something someone will come to us and say, look, we've got a need, can you help us, can we work on this together? And that's what we intend to do, using technology, because our technology is in abundance. We've got plenty of it. If I was to take you right now to PCYC, you'd see containers full of fans, power supplies, whole range of things which we want to use for our projects. Okay? The subjective or qualitative thing that you'll see coming out on our website and through our Facebook page will be stories. They come out of our four-corner challenge where we get people to break something down. Let's say they're breaking down the old Mixmaster, okay? Safely with us, not at home. You're allowed to do it at home. Mum won't let you do it at home. All right, so you come and break down a Mixmaster or a heater or whatever it might be, a computer, okay? We look at what we can recover. We look at what we can responsibly recycle. I have a real problem at the moment with plastic, hard industrial plastic. I don't want it to go into the landfill site. Why? Because it's noxious, and two, I'm going to get charged for it. I'd rather form a relationship with a plastic supplier in Melbourne, Bandon Recycling, and be able to palletise that plastic and send it to them. At least we'll repatriate the value of it. Burying it in the ground is a net effect of throwing away our value, our money. Okay, we pay a fortune to live in this corner of the world. We don't have a manufacturing base here. Everything gets built somewhere else, and we import it, and that's what sustains us. We've got to stop throwing the stuff in the ground, and I'll work with the entire Fitzroy Basin, if possible, to get a solution for the Fitzroy Basin. That's a scalable proposition. That's the kind of vision we have. Okay, when we're going to do this? Well, we're working the first 12 months. There is a 5-year plan to come out, and the next time I do the invitation, I'll be able to outline that to be based on facts and figures and actuals rather than, and deliverables rather than conjecture. Okay, so this is where we are. We want to get the outcomes reported and measured. There will be qualitative reports, but we need to do the hard numbers. If we don't do the hard numbers, we won't manage effectively. So I may have a call, a request through council to only get the local numbers that we have, and I know Sonia Barber quite well. I'm going to approach her, but there may be other things that are in the public domain that I can utilise rather than looking at sources that are not akin to our Shire, okay, and the activities going on in the Shire. So that's one call we have. The medium to long term, go back. Can you go back, please? Okay, all right, okay. The medium to long term, over 12 months, it will be, in terms of the outcomes, be measured and reported. We want to report these to council. We obviously will be reporting these to the grant bodies that we apply to, and other instrumentalities that are interested in what we do. For example, Into Jobs is a group that we're working with for the Work for the Dole scheme. They'll obviously want to require reports from us as well. They're very excited about the working interface, working relationship we're developing. And the final point I'd like to say is, which came a ago, it's not how much wealth we make, but how much wealth we keep and how hard that wealth works for us and how many generations we keep that wealth for. And that's by a well-known entrepreneur, Robert Kiyosaki. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim. Very quick.
Do any questions? Questions I answered for myself, yes.
So how do we change the mindset, I guess, of new, bright and shiny. You know, when I was a kid, you fixed your surfboard, you bought a second-hand one, sold it on to someone else, same with your bikes, you paint it, strip them down, paint them yourself. And now nobody's interested. I sell surfboards, I've got stacks of second-hand ones which are a third of the price, but people just want that brand new board all the time, you know, they're not interested. So how do we change that mindset?
Okay, well, we don't. Okay, it's the easiest one, because there's a consumer cycle we're part of. We're indoctrinated to be good consumers, right from after you get out of the womb through, all the way through. Even when you die, we're indoctrinated to be good consumers. Make sure you get your funeral plan, make sure you get your funeral insurance, all that sort of stuff. You won't get rid of that. And that's necessary because there's a part of the world that's producing value, and they make that stuff. What we've got to do is actually identify, do you have a problem when it comes to surfing? Like, can you get out on the water? Yes, no. Would you like to try the sport? It works just as well as any other, okay? And that's where you've got to get them to have hands-on. Councillor Watson understands, because when we worked with a couple of kids that were at PCYC who were doing the Get Set for Work program, didn't want to make coffee, didn't want to be baristas, but when we showed them a recumbent bike, wow, we couldn't get them out of the bikes.
I bought another one yesterday.
Oh, great. I'm waiting to get the money, Santa Claus, to get me one. Good on you. So that's what we're after. We get people around the materials and say, look, what can we repurpose it for? Okay? Maybe a surfboard could be repurposed for something else. Okay? We just have to have that innovative thinking. We've got to have those opportunities. It's not about the new. What's good about the new and the shiny and the glitter, the latest thing, is to get people to understand it's a quality outcome. And if you're involved in frugal innovation and you made your prototype and you're working towards making it proof, okay, that's when you get into shiny new. How can you make it shiny new? How can it create that right attraction? Because deep down in that relationship is the possibility of youth entrepreneurship. And I want to invest in that because social entrepreneurship is, I guess, the new kid on the block in terms of communities around Queensland. And we're endeavouring to make social impact to the tune of $1 invested in social enterprise produces $3 returned to community. That's what we're after. So that's the message that I'm living by. I'm a non-financial director. I'm the first volunteer at Upcycle CQ. I get up in the morning with the idea of creating change and impacting change in my community. Why? Because it's important to my community and to me, because this is where I live. It's the only reason. Okay?
Maybe he needs to up his sales pitch.
We could up the sales pitch. It's not about sales pitch, it's about meeting a need, identifying a problem. Now, what if we said we could set up a program for disabled people on surfboards? Now, those big surfboards in the past are very safe when the waves aren't too high. If we could get a cycling program along the beach, the big handicap cycling, get them onto the surfboards, have the experience, okay. Or down at Sea Lakes, down there, we have small waves, and off we go.
We're doing a thing with the Disabled Surfing Association next month, actually.
Right, well, we've got the program establishing at Sea Lakes, isn't it? Surf Lakes, yeah. And then have a program there and get a following that way. There's a market for your surfboards, a local market.
In light of your enthusiasm, how many of you promoting?
Me, at this stage, but it's trickling down. I hope by this time next year there'll be hundreds of people talking about why they're into upcycling, not about me, okay? When you talk about, I hope Tony forgives me for this, when you talk about Substation 33 in Logan, where they do e-waste recycling, and they have Work for the Dog program, and they have people involved in innovation, and they export power wells to Indonesia, etc. They talk about Tony Sharp, right? I don't want people talking about you, Callum. I want people talking about upcycling. I want them to own it, okay? It's not about me. It's about the change.
How do you get there?
Yeah, that's right, exactly. Yeah. So that's the important thing.
Well, councillors, we're pretty much at the end of our time, so any final quick questions?
Michael,
we probably found Jim's got all the great ideas. He's all over the place, which is great. I'm trying to focus on governance, risk, funding, all that. So I guess I'm the handbrake, unfortunately.
Michael's got my feet on the ground.
Yeah, and I'm still catching up with some of the language even in that presentation. So as a team, and we want to grow that team to a board. Currently, we are the board. We need to go out and find treasurers. We need to go and find other people that want to volunteer. So maybe answer some of your question. From a governance point of view, Jim's a founding director. I'm the secretary of the organisation currently today. We've only just formed the last few weeks, registered, and
Incorporated
we opened
an
our
idea
bank
for
account
us,
this
yeah.
week. Even though Jim's been in operation since 2018, we're now formal, and we haven't marketed. We've got a website, we've got a page on it, which once we sort out our backyard, then we'll start advertising our wares.
And there's just one good thing I want to share with councillors today. Upcycle CQ is a direct product of the startup on-ramp. Personal thanks to you all for investing in a social enterprise. This is your social enterprise, Upcycle CQ.
Excellent.
Council in 2018.
Yeah.
Well, councillors, would you join with me in thanking Jim? Thank you very much. Right, councillors, we're up to item 7, which is business arising or outstanding from previous meetings. We need to receive that, deputation. Councillor Hutton, thank you. Moving. Seconded, Councillor Friend. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillor. So, item 7, Mr. CEO, I take it the Executive Director and the General Manager are going to join us.
Possibly if required, Mr Mayor. Pleasingly, the business outstanding list, if you set aside the 10 or so items from the September meeting, we're down to a dozen items, only a number of which we'll remove from the list today. But as has been our practice in recent months, we're happy to respond to any questions that councillors might have about the remaining items.
Thank you. Through the chair to Mr. CEO. Number 18, I'm just as a layperson, perhaps you can explain to me what a berm is. A work order to construct a berm was issued.
Councillor Friend, you're probably a BMX bandit, as was I back in the day. It's an embankment on a corner that allows for sharp turning.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Watson.
There's more a question to Councillor Mather. I've been rethinking about the Lindsay Street boat access. I was just wondering, there was a question I never asked, and was how many people actually wanted that in the first place?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. There was a request for a meeting at Fisherman's Beach at Emu Park last year, and it came up there. There were a number of, when I say a number, I think there were 4. The Mayor was present. Councillor Bello, were you there? I was there. Yes, a number of other issues that were raised, and that was one because it was closed without public consultation and certainly at the instigation of one complainant. Okay. And when it was raised, we mentally went back over that and thought, well, hang on, how can we close it without any consultation? So it was when this was raised again and came to the table, it was, well, if there was no public consultation to close it, well, we don't need any to open it. That was the mental thought at the time.
Yeah. The other question I've got, not for Councillor Mather, but probably for Mr. Creederman, is I didn't realise that we'd pulled out all the infrastructure in the first place. I thought it was still there. So we're actually putting it all back, I take it. The walkway, the planks, whatever you call it, across there. I thought it would just be a matter of removing a chain.
Mr Mayor, Michael's welcome to come and join us if he wishes. I guess the item we're considering is the business outstanding. The resolution has been passed and will be enacted. I will make the observation that we find ourselves in these situations when sometimes we transact business in a way that doesn't allow for complete consideration of the facts.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, I just had a question for the CEO in regards to quite a few of the items of business that are being closed out reference things that have occurred but provide no closure for anyone who's not in attendance at a briefing session or the recipient of that correspondence. For the benefit of the community, how will we provide that same closure that councillors have the benefit of? So I give the examples of the Smart Hub investigation. So a report was presented at the October briefing session. If nothing more is to come from that, and that's considered closed out for a member of the community, other than the fact that there was an idea out there, there's nothing further for them. Or even the correspondence from Defence in response to our request, this is marked as to being closed out, but all it tells us is that councillors received an email with the correspondence. I'm just wondering, is there a further step that we can take to help provide that closing of the loop for the community? Maybe something to ponder on.
Happy to ponder, Mr Mayor.
Right. Councillor Mather.
Number 15, Mr. Mayor. It's a notice of motion in relation to the upgrade increased tourism and domestic traffic in the area. Formal request made to TMR to upgrade the intersection connecting Brown Street to the Emu Park Road, Mr. Mayor. We still have a letter to draft for the TMR.
The letter's gone, councillor.
It's gone.
Yeah.
Thank you. There was only one other one there that has already gone to, and that was for the Minister for Education in relation to the high school. That's gone.
That's
too.
gone as well.
Yeah,
councillor.
thank you so much for that. Number 19, Mr. Mayor. I had a question here when, in relation to Councillor Bellow's Lake Mary Road. The proposal was business case will be prepared and submitted to the project manager office for processing, but there was no date or estimate time.
Mr Mayor, the resolution prescribes the 23-24 budget, so it will be included alongside the number of other entries for deliberations that will commence, I think, as early as next week.
Yep.
Yes, that sounds encouraging.
The
Is that
cycle
still
starts
on target, Mr. CEO? We don't know.
Mr Chairman, certainly the commencement of budget preparations for 23-24 commences next week. The list of capital works isn't until early calendar year 2023.
Okay, be patient. Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? All right. I'll get to the top again. Well, they're all good. So the recommendation is that the business outstanding table be received. Can I get a mover? Thanks, Councillor Mather. Seconded. Councillor Watson. Thank you. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. So we're on to 7.2, which is lifting matters laying on the table, and this relates to the matter being dealt with later in the agenda on Gravel Pit Road and Tookers Road, Quarrel. So the recommendation, councillors, is that council resolves that the following reports are lifted, and that's the upgrade to Gravel Pit Road and Tookers Road, Quarrel, proposal by Rural Fire Brigades. Can I get a mover and seconded? Please move Councillor Hutton. Thank you. Seconded. Councillor Mather. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Item 9 is the councillor or delegate reports, and we have a number of those from the community voice panels. First one is 9.1, which is the water, waste management and environment update. Councillor Friend, did you wish to speak to that, or would you just want to have it received?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm happy to speak with it. We had a successful meeting on the 9th of September. We had our community voice panel, almost a full complement of members attend the Yeppoon sewage treatment plant to look at the solar farm that we have out there. Very interesting. They thoroughly not only enjoyed it, but they were absolutely enthralled and had many questions. We then came back to the meeting and we spoke about herbicide spraying on Rockhampton Road, and the manager for construction and maintenance attended and explained a few details to the members. We also had a discussion on feral pigs, which are an issue within our shire, especially with what's happening overseas at the moment with certain biosecurity issues. Also, we had the manager for customer engagement presented to the panel in relation to service delivery and customer requests. And we just discussed a number of things in general business about what's happening within the local community and what events are coming up shortly. So our very last meeting as a community voice panel is on the 11th of November, and our community voice panel members are quite disappointed. However, they do understand that change is a progression, and that our council needs to change and move forward with these community voice panels. So we're looking forward to that very last meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Any questions of Councillor Friend?
Yes, just a comment, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'd have to commend the panel, Mr.
We
Chairman.
might leave that until we go into mover and seconder, Councillor Mather. That's
sorry.
okay. All right, so moving, Councillor Friend. I get a seconder, thank you. Councillor Bello, thank you. All right, Councillor Mather, the floor is yours.
I'm sorry about that, Mr. Mayor. I'd have to commend the panel for taking on what they're doing, because it's really very important, because when we're looking at the herbicides and the spraying of the roadsides, I don't know if everybody realises just the extent of the infestation for these weeds. And it's not only roadside, but it's in the water channels, in the creeks, in the gullies. And we're going to have our creeks choking if we don't address that too. So it'll be a bigger problem down the track. But I'm really glad that the panel has taken that on board, roadside at least, but it is a bigger problem. The other one too, the feral pig, it's not only confined to overseas. We've got a very big problem in our rural production as it is, Mr. Mayor. We're talking thousands of pigs on properties, and I know people who have been just commissioned to shoot pigs from properties themselves. So they're doing a lot of destruction. They're breeding like wildfire. So I'd have to commend the panel, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. All right, any other comments or questions of Councillor Friend? All right, we'll go to the vote. We've got to move a Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Bello. All in favour? Thank you. Carried unanimously. The second one is 9.2, which is the Combined Economic Development, Regional Advocacy and Intergovernmental Relations and Vibrant Communities panel. Councillor Watson, I don't feel the need to speak to this one. I think the report's self-explanatory. I'm happy just to put it up for reception. So I'm happy to move. Did you want to second, Councillor Watson? And entertain any questions? All right, and we'll go straight to the vote. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Item 10 is question statements, notice of motion from councillors. 10.1 is a notice of motion from Councillor Hutton in relation to CQ sports infrastructure and a strategy around that for the Queensland Olympics opportunities. You're going to move, Councillor Hutton?
Just prior to doing so, Mr. Mayor, I have made a slight amendment to the motion that I'd like to have leave at the table, just to highlight what I've sought to do is add the words in the parties that we'll be working with, that council seek to partner with the councils for CQ, local, state and national political representatives, sporting groups and the Queensland Tourism. So just to explicitly include our local political representatives in that cohort.
Any objections, councillors? Okay. So we'll adopt that, receive that new wording, councillor. All right, so you're going to move the amended one?
Yes, please,
Yep.
Mr. Mayor.
The replacement, seconded, Councillor Eastwood. Now, the floor is yours, Councillor Hutton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. With a decade until our state plays host to the world's greatest competitors in a wider range of sports, it's incumbent upon our communities to identify opportunities for the Queensland Olympics of 2032 to provide a long-term legacy for Central Queenslanders. With councils individually heavily invested in sports and recreational facilities, the competition for Olympic venues, for training camps, and therefore the available capital funds for investment in new and upgraded facilities as legacy items will be fierce across Queensland. Our strength in CQ has been our positive collaborations and the cooperative approach that we've seen taken on issues such as defence, the beef cattle roads, etc. With councillors, mayors, our state and federal colleagues all getting behind a high-level strategic document setting out our united vision, CQ can ensure the legacy of the Olympics is felt in our communities. I believe that investment in upgraded or new facilities across CQ tangibly benefits both the direct sporting community by providing growth and development opportunities in our backyard for future generations of sporting heroes, and it also builds the capacity for more state titles, national and potentially even international, to occur in our local backyard, which provides for our families, provides for individuals to participate in sport at high levels without carrying that burden of constant travel to elsewhere in the state. For the broader community, this legacy could be an economic dividend which is achieved through the construction, through the competitions, and through sports tourism itself. The Olympics can be a catalyst for the next generation of CQ sporting heroes, as well as a continuation of the economic boom times we see in CQ today. To this end, with only a decade to go, I encourage councillors to support the motion and seek Livingstone to play a collaborative role, a facilitative role, in getting CQ Rock and the other groups that are suggested to come together to advance the agenda. We have only 10 years. If we want to make a difference, it needs to start today.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Any questions of Councillor Hutton? Councillor Watson.
Councillor Hutton, I'm just wondering if you can see if there's any need for funding for anything like for this.
For the creation of the strategic document itself. Obviously, councils across Queensland undertake a range of strategic documents and collaborative approaches. I don't believe we would need to apply for particular funding to advance this, but I do believe that we would need to invest both the time of officers as well as councillors in this approach. At a local level, Livingstone has got work that's currently underway in terms of our sporting needs analysis. Rockhampton has done a recent document of the same nature, so there are some existing synergies that I believe that we can play off, but it's also about identifying, well, if Rockhampton's to be the home of rowing, then are there any upgrades that are needed for their facilities? And instead of having one council advancing that, imagine having the voices of CQ, 7 councils come together along with our state and federal reps, all promoting that that would be a great outcome. Or if it's for Livingstone, around the netball courts and the additional hard courts would provide for them to be able to be a training camp facilitator. Imagine the power of having all those councils come together. It does require this 10-year horizon because of the fact that if we're to develop this project over the next 2 years, then to get it into various councils' capital programs, if they're successful in receiving the funding, it could be the best part of a decade before any of these facilities are available. So if we don't start now having the conversation, we'll probably be leaving it too late. And we know that while it's, I think Councillor Bello spoke about, while it's sometimes harder to take everyone on the journey together, and it might be a little bit slower, the outcomes are 10 times greater. So we need that lead time.
Any other questions? Councillor
Just one quick
Mather.
one, Mr Chairman. Councillor Hutton, where do you see the inception should start? Is it the CQ Rock meeting? Is that where you see it would initiate?
I believe that that would be a great place to start.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
All right. We happy to go to the vote on this, councillors? All right, so... Okay. Councillor, yep, put your microphone on, thank you.
Well, Mr Mayor, look, this is really is a case of, I guess, taking the bull by the horns and steering it correctly. If we can collaborate with you know, other agencies that we're involved in, we're going to have a lot greater chance of success in pushing forward what would be not only beneficial for the Livingstone community but for the whole central Queensland region. Now, many of our kids and many of our adults operate under, I guess, facilities that we've got some great facilities, but we also, you know, we could do with improvement. And this is a way of bringing, we can bring on improvement. It's going to help our young athletes strive to achieve. Many athletes, and I guess even myself has been included in this, having to always go down to the southeast corner for events, and in the end you just get tired of it and you give it up. And it's very easy to do that when you have a busy lifestyle. So I think this is, I really do commend this motion that Councillor Hutton's put forward, and I ask that the table vote for it.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll close debate, councillors. So move of Councillor Hutton, seconded Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. 10.2 is a motion from councillor Bello in relation to GKI wastewater treatment plant. Councillor Bello, you moving?
Yes, I would like to move that, Mr Chairman.
Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Eastwood. All right. Councillor Bello, do you want to speak to your
Yeah, I'm
notice of
certainly
motion?
happy to speak to that and happy to entertain any questions, understanding councillors that, you may be curious as to why we've taken this course of action. What actually is the issue over there that I believe I've identified that causes me to put such a motion forward, so happy to entertain questions. Otherwise, I shall...
Right.
Thank you, Councillor Bello, and
Councillor Friend.
through the chair. A couple of things. We're all aware that the sewage treatment plant on Great Keppel Island, Whopper, is at past end of life, and it desperately needs something done about it. But I suppose my question is to you, Councillor Bello. Have you been attending the current negotiations that Council are still having with the Department of Natural Resources, the State Development Department and the Department of Tourism?
Yeah, thank you for that question. The answer to that is yes. I have been attending, to the best of my ability anyway, attended quite a number of the reference group meetings over the last probably 12 months, I guess they've been going for. Is that... Do you mean the GKI reference one, or...?
No, not the GKI reference group, the actual negotiations that currently our council, being the Mayor, the CEO, 2 senior staff members, myself, and I believe you're invited, are with the state government in negotiations to move something forward for GKI, sewage treatment plant.
Oh, okay, yeah, right. So there was some Teams meetings there.
That's right.
I've participated in one of those. I think one was cancelled yesterday.
One was cancelled yesterday, that's
yeah.
right. There have been 3 scheduled, 2 held, yeah.
Yeah, and 2 held. Mr Mayor, I completely understand what Councillor Bello is doing with this notice of motion, because certainly something does need to be done, and we know that, and we do care. However, as council does not own the sewage treatment plant and the state own a tremendous amount of land on GKI, and council only own 2.4 hectares on GKI, we are liaising with the state governments, as I have said, the three departments. These are not just liaisons, they are negotiations, and I believe that this particular, and I move a procedural motion for this to lay on the table until further negotiations can take place, and as these negotiations are continuing to be positive and they're continuing to be moving forward.
Yeah, Councillor
I apologise, but I recognise that there's obviously some leeway being provided here, but moving a procedural motion does not provide for debate either before or after the provision of offering a
we'll just deal with the procedural motion. Councillor Friend is explaining now, I guess, what the nature of the procedural motion is. So you're moving a procedural motion that this lay on the table pending further negotiations with the State Councillor?
Yes, I am, Mr Mayor.
All right, thank you. All right. So we've got a notice of motion we're dealing with, councillors. Anyone want explanation around that? Understand what the procedural motion is about?
I think it would be wise for us to know that, Mr Mayor, because we all know that something needs to be done and we all need to be on the same page as where we go with asking for something and who we ask it of. So it would be helpful, please.
All right. Well,
I don't have a problem with it, because if we're all on the same page as wanting to do something and as quickly as possible, we've all got to be aware of the facts, and I'm not too sure I am. I have been going to those meetings over at the town hall with Nikki. I didn't get to the last one, but sewage treatment plant didn't come up there. So
right.
I'm just wondering.
Friend, perhaps you could encapsulate briefly just the nature of your... Councillor Hutton.
Sorry, Mr Mayor. I appreciate what we're trying to do is probably have an informal discussion around this, in which case we should suspend standing orders. It is just...
well, point of order to you, Councillor. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to go directly to the Council to try and quickly articulate the notice of motion. Oh, sorry, her procedural motion, okay? So you are essentially moving a procedural motion to lay this on the table, Councillor, pending further discussions with the state.
Yes.
Okay. we'll just encapsulate that then. All right, so we've got a procedural motion, councillors. It's laying on the table. Lay this on the table pending further discussions with the state around the outcome for the sewage treatment plant. Right. So we've got a mover and councillor Friend as the procedure. No, don't need a second, Councillor Watson. All right. So all in favour? Those against? Motion's carried. 10 point, no, we're out of 10. 11. 11.1, the councillor mileage claims, the councillor facilities and expense policy. Mr. CEO.
Excuse me? Yeah.
Thank you. You're
Same here,
the
thank you.
Councillor. Councillor Laws.
Mr Chairman, councillors' facilities and expenses policy requires that for those councillors submitting mileage claims to be done within 3 months of the last entry on that particular claim. We have had a couple that have been received outside of that timeframe. I did take the liberty last year of approving one of those and then seeking council endorsement. As there's 2 this time around, I thought it was probably more appropriate that we seek the council's consent in advance of doing that, as it does involve a departure from policy.
Okay. So we'll go into debate on this one, councillors, because we'll have to make a decision about it anyway. So can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Bello, Councillor Friend, thank you. Right, now, are there any questions of the CEO?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr CEO, have both councillors been encouraged to keep their mileage up to date?
Yes.
Any other questions, councillors? All right, Councillor Hutton.
Mr CEO, is it a positive obligation of councillors to provide this information and submit it in a timely fashion?
Yes, I think there's an obligation to observe policy. In this and any other matter, it is an administrative matter, as you see, but the policy is quite explicit, which is why it can't be administered without council resolution.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Bello, do you want to speak to the resolution?
I guess from an organisational performance, I recognise that this is the transparent and accountable way to do this, to bring it to the table for consideration. They are outside the parameters of the policy. However, if I was in their position, I would hope that council would be understanding, and so therefore recognising that none of us are perfect and policies are there to provide sort of guidance and boundaries and parameters, but sometimes it's, for whatever various reasons, it's difficult to adhere to those policies. And if there's no sort of detriment, I guess, to the council financially to approve of this, then I hope that this would be something we don't see regularly happen. But I'm not the best one to be perfect in my policy, so I'm understanding of that and prepared to support their claim. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone speaking against? Anyone else like to speak for? Councillor Hutton?
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Bello that we are all too human and likely to fail and not achieve things. I think it is only should be expected that these councillors have, in the service of their community, completed this mileage, and it should be provided back to them as per the policy. I do think that it is responsible on each of us to remember that we have this positive obligation, particularly recognising that these are claims from last financial year, which, while they'll be immaterial in terms of the total budget of council, it does make it messy and does leave it longer than it needs to be for councillors to be able to resolve the books of any given year, or alternatively means that they'll be claimed in this year, which means that in the annual report for this year that it will bump up and give a false reading as to what their expenses have been this financial year, which is not transparent while it is transparent at the same time, because it gives a false reading. So I think for the benefit of everyone, I always would offer the benefit of the doubt and say that we should agree, but I also think that a positive reminder about our personal obligation to achieve this is not out of the question, and support today.
Thank you. Are we happy to go to the vote, councillors? Councillor Rees, you don't want to speak to it?
I'll speak forward to this, Mr Mayor, and I think that this kind of, in a way, this highlights another issue as well in relation to the amount of mileage councillors gets paid, because if we've got a higher mileage claim, then we wouldn't, many of us have opted just to go for the low subsidiary amount. If we had a higher mileage allowance, then we wouldn't bother filling in and being late. That's all I'd like to say, Mr Mayor.
Well, council, you have the opportunity to address that any time as a policy review. So we're going to move a Councillor Barlow, seconded Councillor Friend. All in favour? Carried unanimously. For those of us that are here, we'll go and find the councillors, please, Mr CEO. Councillors, we're up to 11.2, which is the upgrade to Gravel Pit Road and Tookers Road, Kawarrell, proposal by the Rural Fire Brigades. Thank you. Councillor Eastwood's departing as well. Okay. Welcome to the table, Mr Executive Director.
So through the chair. This matter was brought to the council table on the 17th of May this year, and there was a resolution to seek external grant funding for the upgrade of Gravel Pit Road. I had a discussion with the Rural Fire Brigade with Councillor Mather some time back, and we spoke about the level of service required for the rural road, for the Rural Fire Brigade, and also what they perceive to be the benefits of the upgrade. A report was presented to council on the 16th of August this year, and it was resolved to lay the matter on the table. The Mayor spoke to the General Manager of Surf Lakes in September, and I also had a discussion with the General Manager to talk about possible partnership opportunities and funding arrangements for this opportunity. Within the report, I note that my discussions with the General Manager were that they supported the project and understood that some drainage needs to be improved, but at this time they didn't have any funds to contribute to council. So my recommendation to the council today is that that we maintain this road as a fire trail, and it's not a strategic road that we need to upgrade. And then we seek to look for external funding opportunities to support a minor gravel resheeting to allow access for emergency services at this time. I'm happy to take questions.
So, Mr. Creed, through the chair, Mr. Creed, when we spoke about this last time, we talked about how the gravel will get washed out again anyway. All that. And it made me think when I was reading further on in our agenda about Wadula crossing, where you're suggesting the concrete. Is that something that's a possibility? As in, like, to save that maintenance down the track? I'm just trying to think of a way to not waste the money. That's all I'm thinking.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. Councillor Watson, there, concrete pavements are the best in flood-prone areas. There's no doubt about it. The rigid pavement is inert to water damage. It costs quite a lot more than gravel. So there's just a balance between how often it will happen versus the initial cost and the whole of life cost of asset maintenance versus the upfront cost of concrete. So based on the fact that this is a fire trail and it's only low key, we grade it once a year, I don't think that it would be to the level of service required to maintain it as concrete floodways, because we've got I think 100 concrete floodways in our actual road corridors in our Forward Works program with probably high priority, I'd say.
Councillor Friend?
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr Mayor, can I call for a suspension of standing orders, Mr Mayor, please? This is a rather complex issue and it's going to be big dollars if we get it wrong. So there are a few things that need to be discussed in this one.
All right, okay.
Thank you.
Need a vote on that, a resolution on that, Councillor. You're moving?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor.
All right. Seconded, Councillor Watson. All in favour? Carried. Councillor Friend, the floor is yours.
Thank you. No, that's fine. Thanks, Mr. Creederman. So on page 44, we see projected projects deferred. So if we were looking at one of these options, we've deferred projects worth 600,000 K. On page 43, second paragraph from the top, it talks about upgrading the road through the existing low spots to form 2 lanes with isolated 1-lane sections, and the concept estimate is $500,000. And obviously this would be a considered 50-50 split between the renewal and upgrade. If we have found on page 44 the projects that have been deferred to have that amount of money there, could you explain the 500K option, please, instead of the 100,000 that you're recommending?
So the $500,000 option, as mentioned in the report, is to form up 2 lanes and have some 1-lane sections, which is a stepped approach between leave it as a fire trail, so grade it once a year, through to add some additional gravel to make it a bit more weatherproof for 100,000, to a $500,000 2-lane rural road, and then the option which the Rural Fire Brigade requested was a full 8-metre carriageway, which would be $3.5 million. So it's providing a range of alternatives for council discussion. The $500,000 option would be a gravel road, as you would see in many other places where there are 2 lanes and then it narrows in certain spots where there's a floodway or a small culvert or something, maybe some trees to navigate around. So we've estimated that to be $500,000. Back to the officer's recommendation, from a strategic point of view, we don't see the need to do any of the options, but we're putting him in there for discussion purposes.
Certainly, and just one further question. When you met with the Rural Fire Brigades, did they request 2 lanes at any stage?
Yes, we had a good discussion about that. So in the attachments to this report, there are some letters that were... So there were letters that were... I'll just wait for that. So during the discussions with the Rural Fire Brigade, we spoke for about an hour, and the letters that are in the attachments support their case for upgrading the road for economic reasons and tourism and so on. We did talk about what they meant by an upgraded road, and it was quite clear that their view was that it should be a 2-lane gravel road. 8 metres wide was their recommendation, and within the report I mentioned in there that based on current volumes the road wouldn't require that width, but if we do open it up, then there's every likelihood that it will divert quite a bit of traffic from Dairy Inn Road onto that Tookers Road, Gravel Pit Road, and there's every likelihood that it would then require the upgrade to the full width.
Thank you. One last question to you, Mr. Mayor. Because we've suspended standing orders, we cannot foreshadow a motion?
At this stage, no, Councillor.
No. Okay, thank you.
Well,
Councillor Watson?
when I was up in Cairns last week, I spoke with a councillor from out west, been a councillor for some years, and he spoke about how at times they just built gravel roads with problems they had with water crossing all the time and cutting the roads and all that. And that when they went out to do one, they just put a strip of gravel down and with no drainage. And the idea was they found out where it was going to cut, then they went and put a pipe in later on and covered over. Do we ever monitor this road to find out where the water's coming from or anything like that?
I'd have to take that on notice, Councillor. Because it's a fire trail, obviously we have local knowledge and history, but it's not on our highest priority of maintenance. It's once a year or as needs. It's really the lowest of low class of tracks, basically. So I'll take it on notice because I'm sure staff within infrastructure would know the answer to that question with their local knowledge, but I don't have it at hand. Yeah.
Is there a possibility that we could look at it, as in if we did sheet it, that we look at it down the track and say, okay, well, this is where we've got our problem, we need to put a pipe in? Is that a very expensive situation, or is it a 300mm pipe or a 500mm pipe that you do this with? Or
It depends on the location and the type of water flow. So initially, just to put gravel down and then monitor it, we would have to then, the surrounding ground levels would be critical for a pipe. So if you have to put a pipe in, you don't want to bury it so that there's no outlet. So it depends how flat the surrounding ground is and how high the embankment road is. So if all those things are suggesting that the levels it's too flat, then that's where the floodways come in. You keep the water on the surface and don't bury it in through a pipe. So there's a few factors there. The council that you spoke to may have mentioned the gravel that they're using. It could be a filter gravel, so sometimes you can lay a bed of oversized rock and then the water can percolate through underneath the subgrade without coming to the surface. So there's different techniques for every situation. But as I've mentioned previously, my view is that we shouldn't be upgrading this road above what it is as a fire trail at this time.
thank you.
A question from me, Mr. Executive Director. So with the $100,000 option, if that was decided by council and we experienced a weather event with a lot of rain, how well would that gravel hold up? Would it end up getting washed away?
I would say if it was a severe enough weather event, it would wash away. We would put the standard maintenance gravel into the road, compact it. If it was a light storm, then I'd expect it to hold up. There might be a little bit of scour across the location where the water might flow. If it's a big enough storm, then we would likely lose a lot of the gravels.
Thank you. Councillor May, you had a question?
Sorry, through the chair, Mr. Creedman, if we just worked it on this section where we know is the problem area with the water drainage and all that, if we did something just to put it there, how long, if we had a rain event, how long would we be able to react to fix it so there isn't an issue for the rural fireys in case it does get washed out or something like that? Because I understand you don't want it to become a thoroughfare because that's when we have more problems and more needing to upgrade. So just talking about keeping it as your fire trail, as you're saying.
And that it's a bit difficult to answer hypothetically. I'd say that it would depend on how widespread the rain event was and how many other roads we had serious damage. So we would go through a hazard and prioritisation process where if we had a wide-ranging rain event, we would look to recover our roads on the working from the highest order road down to the lowest order roads. So we would, class 10 has 10 vehicles per day on it, and a fire trail is below that, so it would be last on the list. And if we had a major rain event, then I would suggest that we probably wouldn't follow it up with a serious fire event in the short term.
Okay, we have a register, I guess, of all our bus routes that we straight away get in and fix. Do we have anything like that for fire trails?
Our maintenance management register does include all of the fire trails. Like I said, they are lower than our class 10 roads, so they're not graded on a cyclical program. They're graded once a year in October, so before the fire season, or on an as-needs basis. So between ourselves and the Rural Fire Brigade, we would have a discussion and decide whether the condition of the track was that poor that it needed a grade, or whether it was okay, we would leave it for the year. So it's really ad hoc. Yeah.
And one last question: if you brought it up to standard at the moment to suit the next fire season, is that a big job, or what condition is it in now? Because I haven't actually been out there, I have to say.
I think for $100,000 resheet project, we would have to send out to a contractor to do. Our resources are at capacity for this financial year. So we would have to engage a contractor. It would probably take maybe a week or so's work. I haven't been out there myself to have a look at it, see how it's holding up with some of these storms. So we'd have to time it right. Hopefully, if we get a wet season, that it could delay things, but we would get contractors in.
Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Well, I'd suggest strongly that you wouldn't get through anyway at this moment. In principle, I agree with the director's suggestion of where we should go with this one. My question is, where do we get the 100,000 from to do the job if we don't have any external funding? So something would need to drop off the budget, and I'm loath to be making changes to the budget at this time. So we need to ask ourselves, where does that 100,000 come from? For anybody who's been on that section of road, don't go yet, because you won't get through unless you've got high wheels and big wheels at that, because it's a swamp. It's about less than as wide as this table is, and when you try to dodge the potholes, and they are deep, you're running into saplings. You're running your car into the trees on either side. And what we've got to remember is that this is unconstructed road. It's a swamp on unconstructed road. And that's not going to be cheap, because from the Shooters Club to Gravel Pit Road, there's only 600 metres of Gravel Pit Road, but all that in the middle is unconstructed. And it's desirable to have from Annie Drive through to Gravel Pit and the highway, eventually to have that upgraded as a through road for all conveniences for the people. But we don't have that sort of money, because that'll be well in excess of the $1.7 million that has been indicated here if we went to an 8 metre wide road. Now, that was the presentation that was given at the meeting which I attended, 8 metres, and I felt it was an overkill knowing how much work needs to take place. And that includes drainage, because let's face it, drainage is one of the biggest issues in the Shire, anywhere, if we don't get it right. And if we're going to do it properly, we need to do it properly to make sure it's a through road eventually. But that's external funding that will come down the track. What we need to remember is that the intended use of this road at the moment is for a fire trail. And if we can provide that to the rural fireys to service their needs, then that's our objective at this time, because we don't have the money. We do have greater priorities, and I don't fancy changing the budget at this stage. If you've got a four-wheel drive to go and have a look, you're welcome, but I'd suggest you don't just go just yet. The only concern I have is if we're going from a 4-lane to a 2-lane, two-lane traffic to narrow, what's the expectation of the locals? Because if they see they can get through, they'll probably try it. And there may be some pressure down the track there. But the 8 metre, if we were looking at that as per the request that came to that meeting, 1.7, it's off the cards. We don't have it, and I'm not about to cancel all these budget jobs to get that 1.7. The other question I have, I don't know how accurate that road alignment is, whether it is on alignment, because it is squiggly. So maybe that needs to be checked as well, because I don't think we need to be expending money into a road reserve that doesn't belong to us. So we just need to probably check on that. And I think that's pretty well much. The other thing too, with the, well, this is just one other thing, Mr. Mayor, and I think I've pretty well finished my debate. The 300 cubic metres of material that's expected to be produced to the surf lakes, and that's another issue that we need to keep in the back of our minds. 300,000 cubic metres of material that will be travelling over that road that we are putting down to service surf lakes. That's a big load, and it will impact on the road. So it needs to stand up to that if that's what we want. Thanks.
Councillor Friend.
Mr. Mayor, you asked a question earlier of Ms. Crederman about the $100,000 and the gravel, and in a severe weather event that the gravel is possibly going to wash away. How does the $500,000 upgrade work with that? Would that be in the same boat? It's just 2 lanes in certain areas, but it's still gravel and would still wash away?
I don't think we've gone to great detail in designing that option at this stage, but it would be similar to what you've just described, Councillor Friend, in that it would be 2 lanes instead of 1 lane. For the $500,000, I would expect that we would look to include some drainage to give some flood immunity. So in a minor road, cross-road drainage might be what we could class as a Q2 or 1 in 2 year storm. We might even have less than that depending on the size of the catchment. So we're not able to provide immunity to the highest standard to control the flows in a major flood event. So there would still be some gravel loss, but as we spend more money, we basically reinforce our road and cater for the likely weather events and so on.
Just thank you through the chair, just so I'm on the same page and I understand. So within that $5,000 concept budget for the 2 lanes, there would be stormwater that would mitigate flooding.
It would convey some of the minor flows under the road through a pipe in certain sections. And like I said, it could be a once in 1 year storm or a once in 2 year storm, and the water would flow through some man-made pipe systems. Any rain events above that, then it would have to flow over the road, and like I said, we can't design for ultimate protection of any of our roads.
Of course, and that's understandable, but you feel confident that at this stage in 2022 that $500,000 would incorporate that drainage?
That's my knowledge of it.
Thank you. I also see where the projects have been deferred, as I've talked about earlier through the chair. I see one particular project. So if we're looking at $5,000, these projects add up to if we're looking at $500,000, these projects add up to $600,000. So not all of these projects have to be deferred, such as the Matthew Flinders Drive pedestrian refuge.
So that's correct, Councillor. I just confirm none of these projects have been deferred. I'm saying they could be deferred if Council chose to spend some money on Gravel Pit Road, then there'd have to be some projects removed from the current Capital Works program, and this is a list of some of those projects that could be considered. I'd say for the 3rd time, my recommendation is that we leave the budget as is and we do not invest in Gravel Pit Road.
Just one last question. Where do we get the 100,000 from? What are you planning in your mind?
I'm not planning anything, councillor. Sorry to be a little bit blunt, but as I said, there's a list of projects there, 7 which are in the current program, which are able to be deferred at council's request. But my recommendation is that we don't defer any projects and we don't spend any money. We don't invest in Gravel Pit Road.
But isn't that number 3? Note that the minor gravels resheeting, which was number 2, are estimated to cost approximately 100,000. So we'd need to have an idea where that was going to come from if that's what we were going to adopt. I mean, you've got the list there. So
yeah, I'm happy to leave the list there for you to consider those projects, because they each have merit, because they were in the Capital Works program that has been adopted.
The Executive Director isn't recommending 100,000, councillor. He's just saying note that that's the amount that that would cost to put a gravel sheet on it.
And if we were to do that, we'd have to go back and look at the list. Yes, thank you.
All right, we're happy to resume standing orders, councillors.
Yes.
All right, moved Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Friend. All in favour? Thank you. Carried unanimously. All right. Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. May I foreshadow a motion?
Yes.
Thank you. So my foreshadowed motion is...
Well, you're going to propose an alternate motion. What are you going to do?
An alternate motion on point number 3 only.
So it's an amendment to the motion, the recommendation.
Not an amendment. No motion's been moved yet.
Foreshadow, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Foreshadowed if this one doesn't get up.
All right.
But it is an amendment. Number 1.
Not an amendment. It's not.
No, foreshadowed.
It's a foreshadowed motion now, councillor. Yeah.
So number 1, 2 and 4 remain the same.
Yep.
And number 3 is note that to construct a graded road through existing low spots for 2 lanes with isolated 1-lane sections, the concept estimate is 500,000. So.
All right, it's a foreshadowed motion.
Well, yes, hold on a second. I scribbled something. Oh, okay. If you haven't got it available, I can just send it to you. On the fly.
Okay, we good?
We will be.
All right.
I'll just email it to you.
All right, we'll deal with the substantive motion first. So that is the 4-part recommendation that is on the screen. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? No mover, no seconder? Okay.
Hang on, Mr. Mayor. You want a mover for the original motion?
For the original motion, yep.
Yes,
Move
I'll
and a
that,
seconder.
Mr. Mayor. I'll move that.
You'll move that?
To have a live motion on the table.
Well, we haven't, not until we get a seconder.
Well, kickstart anyway.
Well, yeah, we have a mover. Can I get a seconder? Okay, the motion lapses for want of a seconder. So we'll go to your foreshadowed motion now, councillor Friend. Point 3 is yet to be finished, is that right?
It's a snip. You should be able to see it.
Or can we just hold that question until we get it up there, Cal? Because I'm,
That's fine, Justine. We don't need to put the last bit in. This would be considered a 50-50 split.
so you've got a contradiction there, do you not, councillor, in 2 and 3?
Indoors constructed fire trail will remain a substantially single lane on Seal Road. Yes, so that then, therefore I must, I beg your pardon, therefore, Mr Mayor, I must take out number 2.
So the council resolves to note that the transport function of the unsealed fire trail in Gravel Pit Road will remain classified as a fire trail in the council's road hierarchy. 2, note that to construct an upgraded road through the existing low spots and form 2 lanes with isolated 1-lane section, the concept estimate is 500,000, and continue to advocate for this project and identify external funding opportunities to complete the minor gravel resheet improvement. So essentially you're not committing council to doing the work, but you are just noting the $500,000 cost and the nature of the road, and continuing to, or the council will continue to advocate for funding.
That is correct, Mr Mayor, especially now that we know that it will have stormwater mitigation or some form of it. So I'm happy with that. I'm happy to move.
Mr. CEO.
Mr Mayor, 1 and 2 have got to go together. And number 3 doesn't say we're doing the work, which means when whatever, I don't want to prematurely play my hand here, but we're not doing anything with what we're proposing.
No, that's correct.
We're not doing anything.
No, that's right. That's the intent. I just clarified that with Councillor Frank. What we're doing is articulating the sort of road that, she's articulating the sort of road that she would like to have constructed, and that we continue to advocate the fund. That's, as I understand Councillor Frank's motion. Mr. CEO.
And that was my question, Mr Mayor. If that is the aspiration, that point 1 is shortly to be resolved potentially confirms that it's a fire trail, but the council's aspiration is to lift it from being a fire trail to a higher order road, making that investment and seeking funding. We just want to be doubly sure that that is the council's intent.
Yes.
And it still be classed as a fire trail,
Yes.
but then we go and do double lanes and everything else? Because that's what we're sort of talking about down the track, aren't we?
Can it be both?
Can it be both, sorry?
It's highly unusual. Like I said, a fire trail is the lowest class of track in our maintenance scheme. So it's below a class 10 road. So fire trails are a trail. So by its nature, it's low speed, low formation. This recommendation indicates it would be a 2-lane road. By comparison, Tooker's Road, which connects this, is a class 150 road, which is it is the highest unsealed road, and it would be on our list for sealing in the next 10 years. So it's unusual.
Any other questions? Councillor, maybe your light's on.
Oh, sorry.
I'll lay this on the propose we lay this on the table, councillors, pending a further meeting with Surf Lakes. As recently as yesterday, they indicated they would like to have that meeting by the end of November. Councillor Hutton?
Sorry, Mr Mayor, just a point of order. Because we've dealt with both of these items, there's nothing to lay on the table. The table's clear.
Good point. Okay, so I'll make a new resolution then. Thank you. So I'm going to move, councillors, that we leave this matter. Someone help me with some wording here. Okay, just all right. So we just leave it for the time being. All right. So it's just lapsed. Yeah, right. We don't even do that either. Yeah. No. Well, I'm just wondering, looking at the offices over here, how long will yours take? A while? A while. Sorry? Yeah, rather than keep you guys waiting, we'll probably knock it over. Eh? So we move on, we'll find the illustrious councillors. Yes. So 11.4, who's leading the discussion on this one? Tammy, welcome.
Good morning, Mr Mayor, councillors. So this request for negotiated infrastructure charges has previously been to council on the 15th of March of this year, and it was resolved to apply a 30% reduction. However, at the request of the applicant, the report is returning to council for reconsideration, and this report seeks to clarify specifics on the applicant's original request. So the applicants proposed to pay 1/3 of the calculated charge based on the model that they are the third owner of the property under its current operation, which is short-term accommodation in a rural zone, nature-based tourism. Officers' report, however, stated that the applicants proposed a 1/3 reduction. So that was a discrepancy. They requested to pay 1/3, and officers' report stated that they requested a 1/3 reduction. However, a 30% reduction was agreed following a council resolution to apply a 30% reduction to short-term accommodation uses such as tourist park and nature-based tourism. This reduction is being consistently applied to all uses of this type, and therefore therefore officers believe that the 30% reduction in this case is fair and reasonable. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Councillor Hutton.
Thank you. So can I just confirm, Tammy, that the officer's recommendation in the report achieves that outcome? So it's as was previously approved by council.
That's correct.
So I'm happy to move that, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. We'll do questions in debate time. So can I get a seconder, please? You've got to move it, Councillor Hutton, seconder. Councillor Watson, thank you. Questions, Councillor Friend?
Yes, thank you, Mr Chair. Thanks so much, Tammy. My question is that the applicants have requested to only pay 1/3 of the total amount of costs. For what they're asking for, can this be determined that it could be suitable or not suitable, and if it's not suitable, why not? If there's not enough charging for the applicants, why? What's taken into consideration? So
the charges were based on the adopted infrastructure charges resolution, and the consideration for the reduction of 30% was based on a council resolution, which was decided on prior to the negotiation originally coming to council, and that has been fairly applied to all uses of that nature. The applicant's request, as I sort of explained, They are the third owner of the property over around about a 20-year period that this use has been operated without approval. They, I guess, entered into the application process following compliance investigations. Officers have sort of, I guess, I don't know how to say it. We've assessed the application and the associated charges, and we think that the 30% is a fair and reasonable reduction.
So the infrastructure is already there? They're already using it?
That's correct. So they have been operating the use for some time.
So with them asking for just to pay 1/3 of the total amount of infrastructure costs, it's not going to impact the actual infrastructures that's there. Is the 1/3 charge they're asking for, is that going to cover your work in the planning area?
Through the chair, Mr. Mayor, the infrastructure charges we're talking about don't relate to actually work on site. It relates to community facilities and road impact on the road network from the uses associated with the development, and it's pretty much what we apply to a whole range of developments. In this instance, as I said, council made a conscious decision back in March to reduce the infrastructure charges for cabins and camping facilities by 30%, while we review the LGIP and the AICR, which is going through at the moment. And that 30% was applied to this use and the time we considered it in March. So, and that's what officers recommended again today. So, yep.
Any other questions? Councillor Watson.
Sorry, to either of you. So on number 2 on page 124, they've got the comparative sized local government areas they say that we have excessive charges. Is there any reason why they're so much lower than what we charge? Is there a possibility why? I mean, are they correct in what they've given us, or? I mean, like 17,000, and we're asking 44. I'm sort of trying to work out why there's such a.
I can't. I'm sorry, through the chair, Mr. Mayor. I can't explain why the councils do it. The state government does set a maximum cap for infrastructure charges fees. Some councils go to the top, some go lower. Some use lower ones as an incentive. This council's looked at this a whole range of times over the last 3 or 4 years. And we're still looking at it. There's no financial modelling we currently got at the moment to understand why we actually charge what we do for cabins and camping facilities. And that was what we discussed back in March with council. We're reviewing that process through the LGIP review at the moment, the RICR, and the corporate position then was that we'd reduce them by 30% pending that review. So, yeah.
So does it cost us more to do this than other councils?
It's very hard to say what it costs because it's actually based on what the consumption rate is for people that actually have different uses in the community, how they consume your sewer, your water, your community facilities and your road network, and there's a whole range of different financial models come up with that, and different councils use different financial models. Through the LGIP review that we're doing at the moment, the people we're using will actually give us some modelling that we can actually rely on for future assessments of our AICR and how we actually come up with that modelling to adopt the charges we've actually put in place. So, yep.
Councillor Mather.
Just a quick question through you to the officer. Do we ever ask what their numbers are? Do we ask what their register's doing to gauge the impact on our roads?
No, we don't, and that's probably something we need to consider through the AICR reviews and the LGIP review, because a lot of uses in the rural areas particularly don't have full occupancy rates, have low occupancy rates, don't have uses that are continuous. They're actually likely part-time or intermittent uses, so that's something we need to consider when we review it. I guess that's probably the best way I can answer it. In terms of when we actually looked at reducing the charges by 30% back in February, March, we did talk to Capricorn, what's called Capricorn Tourism, and their view was that the average occupancy rate for caravan parks, cabins and camping facilities is around 70%, and that's what council used as its mechanism to reduce by 30% pending the next review. So
everybody's different, but
yeah, and everybody's different.
You've got to have something to rely on.
Particularly in the rural areas, and it's very difficult to base your charging based on what someone's occupancy rate would, because that varies from season to season, use to use. But it is something that I think we should consider in the future, because we've had a lot of people want to do wedding facilities and functions and things that will only be like 15, 20 events a year. They only have small uses in terms of the camping and stuff, but our model still says they pay the full rate that someone who's actually doing it every day of the year should pay. So it's something we need to consider again.
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Just one more question. What's an AICR?
That's what's called the Adopted Infrastructure Charges Resolution. It's the charges that we adopt to provide funding to support our local government infrastructure plans or infrastructure networks. So, it is.
Just a question for clarity, if I could, Mr.
Sure.
Chair. So that 44,000 amount, that would actually normally, under normal circumstances, would even be 30% higher, which would sort of set us even further, potentially in comparison to other ones, even further afield in our competitiveness, I guess, in that. So this 30% reduction, whilst it's improving, I guess, the amount that they're paying, but ultimately it could have been a lot worse or a lot more. And it still seems, I guess it's interesting that there seems to be times when we get asked to consider reducing application fees or what have you, and there seems to be a significant quantum that we can actually do.
Sorry, Councillor, is there a question? Or
Yeah, there is a question somewhere in there. Is there the need to review, those costings in a way that does actually truly reflect, rather than doing it on a piece by piece scenario? Or how is it that it has such a broad, vast difference that we get entrusted with the responsibility to decide whether we're going to reduce them or not? It'd be a lot easier if it was just this is what it is and that's why, and that's. So yeah, I'm interested to see what feedback on how we can improve that. I guess that's the question, Mr. Chair.
Through the Chair, Mr. Mayor, that's a very good question, and it's one that sort of planning officers get challenged with quite regularly, because we actually administer the charge. We don't actually do the calculations. We certainly do in relation to application fees, and that's a bit more tangible for us to understand what the costs and how much work's involved. But when it comes to infrastructure planning, it's very difficult to understand the economic modelling behind that, and in terms of what the consumption is going to be for different types of uses, and most councils struggle in that space. So, as I said before, we discussed this back in March through the LGIP review that's currently happening at the moment with Pi Solutions, a consultancy group. We kind of hope we can get some more sort of tangible economic modelling, which gives us an understanding of what the consumption costs are of different types of uses, so we can then put that into our AICR and have some further discussions, a bit more informed discussion with councils when we're considering to either increase or reduce. So, yeah. So it's not simple as the answer, I guess. Yeah. Yep.
Any other questions, councillors? Otherwise, I'm going to ask Councillor Hutton to speak to the resolution. Councillor Hutton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, councillors. I think it is important for us to recognise that there are two different sets of charges that have been discussed in the conversation or the questions that we've had. So the first is around application fees, which relates to fee for service and the time it takes officers to make assessments. And that is where, depending on the scale of the operation and the complexity of the property, officers have some flexibility and have every single time expressed that in coming back to councillors saying, hey, we know that we can do this without having to charge the full capacity of the regime, recognising that we don't want to charge anyone more than we need to for the assessment actions that our officers take. And I think that's to their credit. When it comes to infrastructure charges, which is what we're discussing today, these are the contributions that every development makes to the common infrastructure of the community. So we recognise that a property that's developed in the urban area pays a series of infrastructure charges, relates to parks and gardens, relates to roads, relates to other items. In a rural setting, they don't pay all of those charges because they are recognised as being removed somewhat from some of those infrastructure, those common infrastructure needs. However, there is a couple that they do contribute to, and this charge that we have before us is reflective of what those charges are for the number of accommodations that they have on their site. Unfortunately for these people, as we know, that they've been having 20 years of access to these common facilities and common charges or common access points, yet because of the lack of diligence by previous operators or the original applicants, or lack of applicants really, they never paid the charges that were due to the community. So for 20 years, the community's been taking on board this burden. These operators have brought to our attention the fact that Not only did they have a lack of charges applied to them, in which case that we had to identify it, but they also brought to our conversation the conversation around the need to go, well, hang on, being in a rural setting, being an isolated property, that maybe charges need to be different, which is why over the last 12 months, the last 2 years, councils had those conversations around, well, is the LGIP best place to achieve that? And that's where the figure that we've seen is that for properties of this nature, that a 30% reduction has been put in place by officers. So officers have said, yep, we hear your arguments, and have now blanket and on multiple occasions come to this council table saying for these particular types of properties, for these uses, it would be inappropriate to levy the infrastructure charges at their full capacity, and provided for us that 30% marker as being the variable there that they're willing to consider. I commend officers for the actions that they've taken, recognising that we continue to work on the next LGIP and where that's going to lead us. We do have to remember, councillors, that Livingstone has a population that is smaller than other places, so the burden of infrastructure is shared not among 200,000 people, but a smaller population, yet our demand for services in infrastructure is just as great, hence why there will be some regional variation, as well as the tyranny of distance between our communities will have an impact on that as well. I worry about us going down a slope of looking at occupancy levels to too great a level, because I can tell you that there are motels and things in the CBD that could say that Monday to Thursday they have one bed occupied, and then on the weekend they've got 100% occupancy. So I query that may be something that you may wish to look at in the future, but I'd hesitate to suggest that it's a great pathway to go on, and would recommend to the table that today we accept the, as we have done before. We've actually voted on this motion before and said we recognise that 30% is a good reduction. So I would suggest that we reconfirm our opinion and view that we've previously expressed, and allow both our officers and obviously the applicant to continue on with their lives and their successful businesses.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Anyone speaking against?
Mr Mayor, I'll speak against, and I thank the officers for all their hard work and diligence in this matter, and I also concur with a lot of what Councillor Hutton has said as well, especially for fee for service, for the application fees. That's very important. I suppose I'm speaking against because the owners are the third owners. They inherited this. They have been under compliance, and when they found that they were under compliance, they went, oh, okay, well, perhaps we weren't aware, I can't say. So they've gone through the motion, they've put their application in, and the infrastructure that has been constantly used for the last 20 years, the community facilities, is continuing to be used. And I don't think that we should place this great burden on these people for trying to do the right thing by council, and I do agree that they should only have to pay a third in this particular instance, as we take every case on its own merit here at the table. So also I do agree that we do need to have a relook at some of these charges, infrastructure charges in the future. 30% higher than other councils is a tremendous percentage. So I just don't wish to burden these owners of this particular nature park by doing the right thing for council. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Anyone speaking for? Councillor Mather?
Yes, just very briefly, Mr Mayor. If this activity has been undergone in the last 20 years, I'd say that they've probably had a bonus already. If my memory serves me correctly, they have a bitumen road to their door already. And if these are new owners, I would strongly suggest they knew about the non-compliance before they bought into it, and they knew about the previous correspondence with the previous owner. So I don't think they've gone in blindly. So I do support the motion, Mr Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Anyone speaking against? Are we happy to wrap up debate, councillors? All right. You want to wrap up, Councillor Hutton? All right. So we've got a move of Councillor Hutton, seconded Councillor Watson. All in favour? Those against? Motion is carried. Thank you, councillors. And I'll move a procedural motion that we break for morning tea. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Thanks, officers. Right to go? All right. Well, welcome back, councillors. I'll move a procedural motion to resume proceedings. All in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. All right, we're up to 11.5, which is a request for reduction of development application fees for Lot 5 on registered plan 614856. Welcome to the table, Erin.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Mayor and councillors. In relation to a proposal for an upcoming application which is due to be lodged in the next few weeks at 73 Limestone Creek Road, the applicant has sought, prior to lodgement, a request to reduce the application fees for this project. It's a 4-component project with 2 components of subdivision, a material change of use for a relocatable home park, which is over 55's lifestyle village of around 528 units, and a preliminary approval to allow for residential uses on 76 lots at the bottom of the development, which would be standard sort of residential lots. So in calculating the fee, in accordance with our fees and charges, the charge comes to approximately $360,000. Officers initially reviewed the charge, although the applicant sought a significant reduction down to about $55,000. In reviewing the charge in line with some other decisions of late on similar land uses, initially recommended a charge of $160,000 be offered for this fee. In further discussions since the report was originally put on the agenda, we've had some further discussions with the planning consultant and the developer, which has allowed us to better understand the product. In addition, I've also had some conversations with some planning consultants that we utilise for assessments who have had experience in both lodgement and assessment of these type of applications. We've also run an estimated quote sheet through a system that we use, which has concluded that a reasonable fee of $95,266.56 is an appropriate fee. So my proposal today is that despite the officer recommendation, based on further information that has only come to hand in the last few days, we would propose that an alternative recommendation be put forward, and officers would recommend to the table to accept a fee of $95,266.56, or rounded up to $95,500, which would be a reasonable cost recovery fee to assess this application. Happy to take questions.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Erin, so the applicant is aware of this amendment of the fee, and are they agreeable to it?
They are not aware specifically of that amount. However, in discussions this morning, I did indicate a fee around $90,000 to $120,000. And then we had some additional verification of some process information this morning, which has confirmed our thoughts that is a reasonable cost recovery fee.
And are they agreeable to that?
I don't know if they're agreeable. I know that they originally proposed $55,000. In further discussions with them, they have indicated that $80,000 would be reasonable. Therefore, I don't see much of a difference of jumping up to the 95.
Sure. I'll move this, Mr. Mayor.
95,500.
Question of,
Yeah, sure. Councillor Bello.
unless Councillor Mather was in there first? Okay. I guess just in the interest of sort of transparency and accountability and all those words that we uphold pretty highly. So you're suggesting there, Erin, that because of new information or better understanding of what this proposal is or what their development would look like, can you elaborate to help us better understand that it's because of the type of usage or type of living that's going to happen there that results in an even lower application fee than the previously one that was flagged?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. This is a new type of product that we haven't had many applications for. We've got one under assessment now, and we've had one that's been approved earlier this year, which was actually a change to an old approval from about 10 years back. And Svensson Road at Zilsey. The assessment of the current application that we have at Tamby Road, corner of Tamby and Tarangaba Road, has sort of led us to a bit better understanding about how this product works, the assessment requirements, and has given us some comfort in actually being able to, because that application assessment is rather progressed, giving us some sort of firm numbers and time as to where our resourcing would be spent on this type of application, acknowledging that this site is outside essentially the urban footprint being rural zone land. That has been factored into the sums that we did. And then in addition to that, with further discussion, as I said, with the planning consultant and the developer, we've been able to understand the proposal in cognizant of the actual site itself in further detail.
Councillor Watson.
Do we have any idea what this looks like? As in what the buildings look like and all that?
We've had a pre-lodgement discussion with the applicant.
Are we able to see it?
Not today we aren't. It's not for necessarily public consumption, but absolutely when they lodge the application, you can have a look at it. The pre-lodgement discussions are confidential, but I can tell you that from the images provided, is a high quality design, quite architecturally designed.
Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Like Councillor Watson, my question was, we're asking to consider adjustments to an application, yet we don't even know anything about the application, except in a four line here. And I mean, I'm not saying we've done things back to front, but I like to know what I'm voting on. And it looks like, because we've never done it before, I have concerns that not knowing the complexities that we might be facing, that you might be facing, and compliance may be facing down the track. That's my concern. And I'm also mindful, Limestone Creek area, if you get a fire, how do these people set up when you're so far removed from a lot of the services that
You've picked up on a lot of good points which will be absolutely relevant during the assessment of the application, and that has been something we've taken into account in estimating the time and the multiple different departments of council that will need to make consideration to this application. I understand the confusion by way of you haven't been presented with the development. I can assure you that officers have. We have seen rather developed proposal plans and have had 3 pre-lodgement meetings so far. So we have now, as of sort of yesterday, been fully aware of what's being lodged. And yes, I had concerns as well because we haven't had many of these types of developments lodged. However, that's why I reached out to one of the planning consultants that we use on a number of projects.
Yeah, because I'm usually a bit loath to reduce anything, not knowing what we're facing as far as the complexity goes.
I guess we would be in a very challenging position if we were to accept a fee as per the fees and charges. It's wildly too much, and I could not say that it's cost recovery. And
we're guided by that, but being a new product coming to us, we're still trialling as to what's appropriate and what's not. Yeah. And we can't go by everybody else's, but yes, it makes it a little bit difficult. So no doubt we're very curious now as to what's ahead. Yep. So you take all those little dot points on board and we'll be good. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr Mayor, through you.
Question?
Erin, yes. Just to clarify, I just want to make sure it's correct. We're looking at this reduced fee today because they can't lodge the application until they pay the fee. And this is why it's come to the table today, even though the application itself is a little bit unusual.
Yeah, the fee, we cannot accept the application as a properly made application, which means we're not able to technically assess the application until they've paid the fee. Correct.
Councillor Watson.
I see Chris sitting over there bouncing on his chair. He has something he wants to add.
Through the chair, I just want to make councillors aware that sometimes, obviously, in these instances, developers need to know what the application fees are going to be because they may not they have to go back to their bank and get the approval for the construction, and that's all built into, obviously, their development. So if they don't have an idea of that, or it's too costly, like Erin suggested, they may not get that construction loan through the bank. Hence why we're bringing this forward. This is not the development application, this is a reduction in application. in due time we will see that they cannot progress without us reducing. Some developers can, they obviously have the equity. In this case, it may not be, but we don't know that either, but we've got to take that into consideration.
All right. Any other questions, councillors? Got it. Move it, Councillor Friend. I'm happy to second. Councillor Friend, did you want to speak to the...
No, thank you, Mr Mayor. I reserve the right.
Anyone wish to speak against? All right. We happy to go to the vote on this one then, councillors, unless you want to speak to anyone want to speak to it?
I would like to actually just very briefly, Mr Chair, given that in the report it does actually refer a material change of use for a relocatable home park. I think why that's relevant is that this style of development, while we're not voting on the merits of the development today, purely the application fee, but clearly it's been identified that the intended application fee is for the purpose of developing a relocatable home park. Would that be accurate to say, Erin? Yep. I think it's incumbent on us to have a conversation with the community to help them understand that these types of facilities, at the point of time when we consider the actual development itself, that the wording is perhaps not reflective of what is truly the outcome that gets built, because the connotations around that may have people think that there's some sort of a lower socio type housing. In actual fact, it's very much not of that, and it's a positive thing that this type of product is coming to the community. It's been very successful elsewhere, so I just think it's a point that we need to be mindful of in conversing with our community about what is these types of developments. So I look forward to that conversation, I guess, Mr Chair, is my point. Thank you.
I think, sorry, to add to that, the term is, it's a challenging term. It's something that's set by the state government and it applies to all councils.
I think the same stigma, if that's the right word, probably applies to the term affordable housing as well. So a lot of those are very well built, very well designed.
Yeah. So we have generally been conveying to the community that this is an over 55s lifestyle village or lifestyle resort, because that's how it's been presented in terms of the product. They have recreation facilities and pools and evidently very well maintained gardens. And I encourage anyone that might be particularly Bundaberg, Harvey Bay, and then a lot of the Sunshine Coast has this product. Some have that's been very well developed for a long period of time. So if you're ever down that way or even up north, they have some as well to have a look.
All right, we'll close debate, councillors. We've got a mover and Councillor Friend, the seconder and myself, all in favour. Carried unanimously, thank you. And it was remiss of me, councillors, to remind you that Councillor Hutton is temporarily unavailable. He had an unavoidable appointment, so he'll return to the meeting later on. I just wanted to note that. 11.6, Thanage Bay Road Upgrade Project, Stage 4. How do we pronounce it? Is it Wadalla? Waterloo? Wadalla? I've heard it referred to as Waterloo Creek before as well. Yeah.
I might call it the creek. No.
The floor is yours, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was hoping that the manager of infrastructure projects and the project manager would help with this, and that they're on their way. So I'll talk to it, and we'll happy to take questions. So the Thanage Bay Road upgrade project has been progressing very well over the last 18 months to 2 years. We're at a point now where stage 2 and 3 are about 70% complete. The contractor has been further engaged to complete stage 1 for us, and our own crews have done a lot of work on stage 4. Some time ago now, through the steering committee and through the local residents up in Thanage, there was a request to consider changes to the scope of the project at the creek, and the proposal was that if there are any savings in the project, could council please consider directing officers to consider a bridge structure across Wadala Creek in lieu of a floodway, concrete floodway, which was in the scope. So the project manager has undertaken a lot of detailed engineering assessments of various options, which are within the report. As recently as September, officers spoke to the council in a briefing session around these various options, and council instructed the officers to go and gain some insights from the residents who initially proposed this improvement to the creek crossing, in view of there are other alternatives where we may be able to spend the money. So this report summarises those discussions and all of the engineering assessments over the past 12 months or so. From the discussions with the community, their view is that council should spend any savings on rehabilitation of the first section of the sealed Stanage Bay Road, which is approximately 4 kilometres. It's in poor condition, and with the heavy construction traffic, it's going to deteriorate very quickly. So that aligns with council officers' views, and also to look to improve Tilpal Creek Bridge from a single lane to a dual lane. So that is our recommendation as far as this report goes. And we've also started liaising with the federal government to help formalise the funding deed, and there seems to be a positive acceptance from the funding body at this time. So happy to take questions. The Manager of Infrastructure Projects and Project Manager are available to answer any specifics as well.
Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thanks, Ms Creedman. On the options that were in the commentary, option 5, raised crossing using 7 units wide 10 box culvert, concrete box culverts. In taking into consideration for these box culverts, am I correct in saying that the manufacturer of these culverts will be manufacturing these again in February 2023, and that there will be time to construct the raised Wadala Creek crossing before the deadline by the end of June?
I think in the report, if we placed an order now, then the earliest that they would begin manufacture would be February, and it'd be unlikely that we would have them manufactured before the end of the financial year. So we would, if we went for the any of the bridge options and culverts, it would be one part would be for us to engage with the federal government to change the scope, and then a second part would likely be that we would need to extend the deadline from June 30 next year.
And I suppose extending the deadline is not an unusual thing that council liaise with the federal government on. It happens often.
Yes, it does. It does happen often, and it's the sooner we do that, the better for transparency. I think from my memory, when we've spoken to various federal representatives, they've said there's no more money available, but they are open to scope changes.
Okay, thank you.
Question, gentlemen. Apart from Wadala Creek, in how many other places is Stanage Bay Road flooded in a weather event?
I might ask Cameron, the project manager, to come forward if you can help answer that, Cameron, because you've been... Come on.
Probably up to the table, Cameron.
Yep.
There's another nine floodways in our section of road up to the Army Gate, and then there's quite a number after that up to Stanage Bay.
So, if I'm interpreting that correctly, if, for example, we built a bridge of some nature across Wadala Creek, that wouldn't necessarily stop the flooding issue that currently happens on Stanage Bay Road.
Correct. Tilpal is the one that goes underwater first, and that's about at chainage 14. So yeah, that's the first one, and then there's several floodways after that before you get to Wadala. Wadala's the last second last floodway before you get to the Army Gate.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Watson.
Can I just ask, stay there, with these other floodways that are there, the other 9 that are there, are they ones that sort of the water passes through quickly and it goes back to being dry, or are they ones that hang around for some time?
Most of the time, the water just depends on the rain event, but most of the time, you can cross them after a couple of days.
So if this one in particular was done to a standard where it wouldn't flood, would it mean they'd be able to get through in a quicker time, or is this one of the ones that is longer than, say, a couple of days?
Just once again, it just depends on the event because each floodway has different catchments.
Oh, excuse me, hello councillors, I could probably add something there. Yeah, I think the question you're asking, right, I think what you're getting there at, Councillor Watson, is a level of immunity. So the other floodways all have a similar level of immunity to this creek. So if you built a bridge on this creek, it would provide a higher level of immunity at this creek, but you'd probably end up with a situation where you couldn't get to it anyway because all the other floodways would be getting flooded, if that helps.
Yep, thank you. Councillor Mather, your light's on. Question?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I know that sand at this particular crossing has been a problem in the past. You can't get through, not only because of the water, but because of the build-up of sand. You've got to get out and physically shovel it. And I understand that there has been some vegetation clearing downstream, upstream, Cameron, but that's, I mean, it will build up again. But my question would be, and we had always been anticipating that while you've got bitumen on either side of the creek crossings, you're able to get through them. And yes, there are different levels of immunity. This one seems to be the biggest pain for the community. We're expecting some sort of, because it was in the scope of works that was approved in the 21.6 million, we're expecting something. There were options there that we looked at, and none of them are really suitable to give us what we wanted. We didn't want to spend, was it $1.1 million to give us a straight across the bridge? That was how the high price we had. Even though there may be $2 million left over, we didn't want to spend all of that on a crossing. And I don't dispute the fact that the 4 kilometres coming in from the highway is important. It is important because if we don't get it from the money and we have to go and change the scope of works to be able to get that approved, and that's what we have to do, and that will take time, we're going to have to fund it out of the ratepayers' money as a result. So while we're, and I don't know what the 2 million that we might have left over, subject to finalisation, I'm asking what is it going to cost, what has been costed to the first 4K plus Tilpal Creek to widen it? Do we have a figure on that one, Cameron?
Yes, we do. At the moment, I've looked at what we have to do for the first 3.5 to 4K, and that comes out at about 1.3 million. And we've looked at Tilpal Creek, and by the time we do our geo investigation, pile driving, etc., it's probably going to be up around 400,000.
Okay, so give or take a bit. We know what bridges cost these days, don't we? So that's just under 2 million, 1.7, if the figures are correct. So what have we got left over for Wadlow, if anything?
We've got a couple $100,000 like we always had up our sleeve. That was part of the original investigation for a low-level crossing, and it's about 350,000.
So what would that give us? And I'm not saying this is what I want or don't want. I'm just saying the people in the area have talked amongst themselves and said, look, we'd be happy with this at the moment, and I'd go along with that. But I didn't know what that would give us or how much we'd have left over to do anything. What would it give us? I mean, the floodway at the moment it's had it, right? It's quite badly fractured, and it's holding together now. One good flood might take it away. We'd be left with nothing to work on. So we need to do something to preserve what we've already got.
Yeah, it's going to sit on a bed of rock that we're going to lift up, and then it'll have 175 mil of concrete slab over the top.
How far from where we're...
Not yet. That high.
Yeah, yeah.
That high with the slab. And
That's all right, I'm a housewife, I can ask those questions. Yeah, yeah. So you reckon it'd come up at about 10 inches or something?
Correct.
Yeah. That's on top of the slab that's there now?
No, it's not.
You're going to remove all that?
No, there's no slab. We're going
The floodway
to the
that's
side
there.
of it.
Oh, okay, this is a separate,
there's a
separate
new
crossing
alignment.
altogether.
Correct.
New alignment.
Because
Okay.
we're going to use the old one as the side track.
Okay, if it lasts. Okay. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
All right. Councillor Bello.
Yeah, look, not wanting to sort of drag it on longer than we have to, but my understanding, this came about from the public and locals up there calling for a meeting up there on site, which we went up there, met on site under the gum tree, which was quite pleasant. I think Michelle Landry, the federal member, was there. And it was really good feedback, I guess, from the locals up there, that their concern was more so around perhaps the extent of bitumen that we may have been going to do in a heavy flood-prone area that could be problematic down the track in terms of getting damaged, and perhaps the option of not bitumening that section and putting that money that could be saved there into improving Wadalla Creek. That's how my memory serves me on that conversation. It seemed that our officers were able to provide assurance that the immunity of that bitumen road would stand up to the flow of the water in high flood. Michael, you're nodding, which makes me somewhat encouraged that I've remembered it half correctly. So the extent of the bitumen is going to be consistent with what was initially nominated?
That's correct, councillor. It's the scope is to bitumise the road to the Army Gate.
Yep.
The section from Wadalla Creek towards the Army Gate to the north, as you said, the residents were concerned that when there's major flooding, the water breaks the creek bank and then floods down the road. For that to strip the bitumen, so they call it stripping of the bitumen, it would have to reach velocities of about 5 metres per second, and based on the width of the floodplain through there, we believe that's not going to be achieved, and therefore the pavement will be inundated and saturated, but there won't be any major stripping and loss of pavement in any major events through there. So we're comfortable with our construction techniques. We've spoken to the residents who raised the issue initially about the immunity of Wadalla Creek, and we've got the options. We've had further discussions in the last month with them, and they're, on balance, their view is that that leave Wadalla Creek as a floodway and spend the savings in the first 4 kilometres and Tilpal. So I think it's been a very good opportunity for us to talk at length with the community, and I believe we've come to a solution which provides a very good level of infrastructure for years to come.
Just a very quick question, if I can. Item 3 on the recommendation says council officers inform the Standage community of council's decision. Has there been any I'm assuming from that there's been no consultation with the Standage community?
We have spoken to the Standage community. Cameron's done that in the last month or so to gain their further views on after the council briefing in early September. And as I said, and through Cameron, the community there who first spoke about Wadalla Creek crossing have listened and understood the proposals for and against, and their current view is that they support the officers in upgrading the first section of Sealed Road. So we've put this recommendation in here just to circle back to the community. We've had a number of discussions with them, and if council so chooses to adopt the resolution today, then through Cameron we would go back and talk to those residents and provide the council resolution as a summary.
All right. Councillor Friend first.
Thank you, through the chair. Cameron, the people that thought that the just making the crossing at Wadella Creek was going to be a good idea and use the rest to, you know, look after that 4 kilometres. How many were there that were engaged?
There was 3. The spokesperson for the township, which is Brad Haynes from Plumtree Store, and the 2 Mace brothers, Craig and Lachlan.
Thank you.
Councillor Mather?
Now you've taken away my thought, Mr Mayor.
Wasn't intentional.
Number 4, if we could add something to there to say how we're going to address Wadella Creek, because it's not on the radar there. There's nothing about that, because that was the primary focus of concerns by the landowners, getting across that creek crossing. And while we're saying what we're going to do with the rest of the money, it doesn't say that Wadella's even in the picture. So I just want to get it, as part of the resolution as to that it is being considered, and whatever the wording that you'd prefer to put in there, just to show them, because if we're going to let them know what's happened here, they'll say, well, what about Wadella? That's what we were meeting on under the tree bat, and it doesn't even get a mention. So I think we need to address it.
All right, well, Mr CEO, perhaps we might just leave this lay on the table for a second while you guys have a look at that, and we can move on to the next agenda item. So can we just lay on the table, councillors, pending further advice from officers on a restructure of the recommendation? All in favour? Thank you. All right, 11.7, councillors, is the community's quarterly management report. Welcome to the table, Mr General Manager.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, councillors. I present to you our communities, the First Communities quarterly report, and what you will see in this report is fairly substantial change to what you may have been seeing before, which is looking at, I suppose, past quarterly trends and where we are this quarter. That allows us to identify, I suppose, the way that we are travelling, gives councillors a little bit of a better insight into things that might be pertinent to that quarter, and I use I suppose, telephone calls or incoming call centre. For example, so it was a rating quarter, so obviously we had a significant increase in inbound calls, but we've also had an increase in call dropouts. Our new phone system will be installed on Thursday, which should alleviate that fairly much entirely. So happy to take questions. Noting that I've still only been here for 6 weeks and I may have to take some on notice, although it feels like I've been here a lot longer.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Chair, and thank you so much, Mr Ireland. I found your report very easy to read. It was informative. You've just answered my first. I have 3 questions. You've answered my first one about abandoned calls, and by reading this, I understood that perhaps it was due to a faulty end-of-life phone system, but you've just answered that by saying a new one's coming Thursday. Page 166, cemetery applications, it says from April to September there were 38 burials. And I just wanted to know, are we nearing capacity in our current cemeteries at both Yeppoon and Emu Park?
I will take that on notice, but
sure.
And I'll get that information back to you by the end of the day.
Thank you. And my third one is on page 167, and I note that the usage, it says usage is down by 19, and that was the only issue I had with your report. I didn't quite understand what you meant by 19, and it may have just been my interpretation. Do we need to increase media awareness around our disaster dashboard, especially entering storm season?
Yes, Councillor, thank you. It's a great question. It just means that we've seen a small decrease in users and those different user groups through disaster management in relation to that. I don't see that as a negative. You will probably see that increase next quarter because we've just run a event last week, so you'll see that increase, and as I said, there will be further engagement around that.
Sure. And the 19, is that down by 19 calls from the last, or down by 19?
Percent, I believe.
Percent,
Yes,
okay.
correct, yes.
Okay.
So that could be quite small.
Thank you.
So just quick, through the chair, Chris, with the disaster dashboard, is there a way that we could send a text message off to everyone that we have on the thing saying, here's the link, join up, just to help boost those numbers?
Yes, there is, councillor, if you'd like to see that happen.
Just a question from me on page 159 of the report, community development, sport, recreation, including youth. I noticed that the engagement from youth has increased or doubled basically over the two quarters. I thought that was pretty impressive.
Yeah,
Is there a particular reason for that?
There is a particular reason. Obviously, we're coming into the warmer months, so sport has and so forth. Those different community groups have been engaged heavily. I'd also like to commend the work that Molly and her team are doing around activation, and that's probably why you see an increase, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors?
All I can say, Mr. Chairman, thank you to the office for a very good report. I love trends because that tells us whether we're going backwards, forwards, or we've got our eye on the ball where it needs to happen. Thank you.
Councillor Watson.
Just a question I'm wondering about. When we take calls, do we ask to gather people's email addresses while we're talking to them? Did we do? Trish? Yes. Okay, thank you. I was just thinking that way to increase our amount of people we can contact easily. Okay.
Something called the NAR, which is the name and address register, and it has contact email.
Thank you. Councillor Friend. No worries. All right, so we're receiving the report. Councillors, can I get a mover? Thank you, Councillor Mather. Seconded, Councillor Friend. Thank you. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. General Manager. 11.8 is a policy review, a repealing of the failure to renew licence response policy. Would like to try and say that with a mouthful of chewing gum. Anyway. Welcome to the table, Mr. Drury.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so following a review of Council's failure to renew licence response policy, it has been determined that this policy is no longer required and should be repealed. The policy was introduced as part of the amalgamation with Rockhampton Regional Council, and the purpose of the policy is for Council's Environmental Health Unit to provide the opportunity for a person to apply to Council for a renewal of a food business licence rather than the restoration of a licence. The policy provides 14 days to apply for a renewal. It has been determined that there is no benefit or requirement for the continuation of this policy due to the intent of the policy being achieved operationally as prescribed by the Food Act 2006. The Food Act's quite prescriptive in its time frames. Maybe we normally send out our renewals 60 days prior to the expiry of the food business licence. So quite a lengthy amount of time there. There's also a couple of reminder letters leading right up to it, so that it is quite descriptive in its time frames. So accordingly, it's recommended that the failure to renew licence response policy be repealed.
Thank you, Nat, and I was very remiss. Welcome to the table, Hazel, as well. Yeah, no worries. Questions, councillors? Councillor Friend.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, and hello to you both. Lovely to see you both. I see that this agenda item 11.8 and 11.9 are pretty similar in the repealing of policy. My question, to preempt my question, I firmly believe in policy because it's fair and equitable governance. So how did you specifically determine that this can be achieved operationally?
It probably comes back to where I was described there, how specific the Food Act is with its requirements and its timeframes. So a review of this, it allows that 14 days, which is outside of the requirements in the Food Act. So my first initial response there is, we're acting outside legislation that is very descriptive with timeframes, and I think it's actually that compared to other legislation, quite generous in the amount of time that it allows. So it's not an instant. You no longer got a food licence. There is provisions there for that restoration. So there's quite lengthy timeframes, and all the licensee has to do is essentially apply for the renewal, and that gives them 30 days for us to respond as a council. So they're quite lengthy times compared to other legislations.
I'll move, Mr Mayor.
All right, thank you. Any other questions, councillors? I've got a mover and Councillor Friend. Can I get a second? Councillor Watson, thank you. Councillor Friend, do you want to speak to the report?
Reserve the right, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Anyone speaking against? Anyone else like to speak for? All right. Did you want to sum up then, Councillor?
No, thank you, Mr Mayor. I think it was very obvious of why this is happening, and I do trust the officers that they know what they're doing. They're the experts in this field. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll close the debate and go to the vote on this, councillors. Moved, Councillor Friend, seconded, Councillor Watson. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Rightio. I think I'm done on that one. Next one is 11.9, which is the repeal of unlicensed premises response policy. Over to you, illustrious people, again.
Yeah, thank you again. And as identified by Councillor Friend in the previous discussion, this report is very similar because they are very similar policies. Obviously, this report's to do with when it's become to a council's attention that we have an unlicensed premise rather than the failure to renew. So I'll just go through my little dot points here. So following a review of council unlicensed premises response policy, it has been determined this policy is no longer required. It should be repealed. The policy was introduced once again due to amalgamation with Rockhampton Regional Council. And the purpose of the policy was to provide businesses 14 days to apply to council for a new food business licence under the Food Act 2006. It has been determined the intent of this policy can be achieved operationally without the need for a policy, and accordingly it is recommended that the unlicensed premise response policy be repealed. Sorry, a few mouthfuls there again.
Councillor Friend.
Yes, thank you, Mr Chair. I suppose my only question, and I just need to clarify something that I've written here. Am I correct in saying that the original purpose of this policy is to establish a consistent and equitable approach? And would you please explain the opportunity of persons to apply for new licences prior to taking formal action under the relevant legislation?
I'll try to answer for Hazel here on this one. So a lot of it would come down to our risk factors, depending on what the person's sort of food they're providing and how high risk it is to the community of becoming ill because of the food. So I guess if it was a high risk, there wouldn't be 2 minutes lenience there to give them the 14 days, and it would be quite a risk to council to allow a business to operate that's high risk for 14 days. If the person that's been found to be operating illegally does everything that council asks, as in they get that application in pretty much straight away, make commitments, then we'd work with them to gain approval. So that's the best way I think I can describe it, unless Hazel can add anything to that. Yeah.
Nat, that's very good actually. That says it all. With the Food Act, it says you cannot operate a food business without a licence, a current licence. So it is risk-based. The legislation is risk-based. And once we find someone who is operating unlicensed, we would educate them. We would help them with the forms. We would initiate that process, with them. And if it is high risk, we would have to say to them, look, you can't operate until you have your approved licence.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll move this through.
Councillor Watson.
Just one more question. Have we had any businesses that are unlicensed selling food in the last 12 months?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Thanks.
All right, we've got a mover and Councillor Friend. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Mather, thank you. Did you want to speak to the report, Councillor Friend?
No, thank you, Mr Mayor. Reserve.
Are we happy to go to the vote on this, councillors? All right, so we've got a mover, Councillor Watson, seconded Councillor Mather. All in favour? Okay. Oh, Councillor.
I moved.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Friend. I was on Councillor Watson on the screen.
I just don't want to regress.
Oh, I wish you hadn't said that, Councillor. All right, so we've got a mover, Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Mather. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Thanks, guys. 11.10 is the revised 12-month e-scooter operator agreement. This one's been a while coming and no doubt will generate some discussion. Welcome to the table, Sonia.
Thank you. Good afternoon, councillors and CEO. Emily is actually ill today, so I'm presenting on her behalf, but I'm quite across it and I've been a part of this from the beginning. So as councillors are aware, about this time last year, we came to council to determine if they had an appetite to potentially get e-scooters at the coast. We decided to ask our community, so we went to community, and over Christmas and January last year we did community engagement, and out of that we had 647 responses, 448, 69% responded in favour of undertaking a trial. From there we looked at agreements and did due diligence and had legal advice on the agreements that were undertaken as directed by council. So I think we've gone through quite a long path, I suppose, of making sure that the final agreement that we've reached has as less risk for council as possible, and really puts the onus on the operator to ensure compliance with the rules and the regulations. So Neuron Mobility responded they only responded actually to undertake, expressing interest in undertaking a 12-month trial at the coast. And we have since now negotiated the conditions which are attached in the final e-scooter operator report that is attached to this, and we've also completed a risk assessment. As part of that process, I just wanted to give councillors a bit of an update as well. At the briefing session in October, it was asked how fast e-scooters could go on shared footpaths. New Queensland Government regulations come in on the 1st of November, which I think is very timely, and really basically put the onus on e-scooter, whether they're private or the operators, to have, I guess, compliance with nearly the same type of laws as road users do now. So speeding fines, helmet fines have increased. You know, it's $1,000 fine if you're on your e-scooter and you're using a mobile device, and also the speeding limits have definitely increased as well. But for shared footpaths, they've actually cut back the speed from 25 kilometres to 12 kilometres. So that was one thing that Councillor asked at the last meeting, and I just wanted to reiterate that had now changed. So for example, if you're riding now from along Lammermoor Path to the marina, for example, it would not be 25 kilometres an hour on that footpath, it would be 12 kilometres an hour, as monitored by QPS, not by council, of course.
So 25 k's is out altogether?
Yes, unless on shared pathways and footpaths, 25 kilometres is out. If it's in an actual bikeway, you know, the designated bikeways on roads, they can do 25 kilometres in those. We don't really have that many of them here on the coast. We're starting to implement them now, but yes, so that's reduced. That's quite significant from our last conversation.
All right. So within the designated zone, Neuron can monitor the speeds, I believe, anyway, can't they?
Yeah, so the scooters are actually set at a speed limit and geofence. So one, the scooters can't go outside that zone. Two, they cannot exceed that speed. They just basically slow down. So if someone tries to go 13 or 14 kilometres an hour, for example, they won't. They just cannot possibly do it.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Mather.
Yes. Sonia, the conditions that will be imposed, are they standard conditions elsewhere in the state?
By the state council, or by the e-scooter operator?
Whoever, yes. There are obviously regulations now, like similar to car drivers, but the conditions, are they standard throughout the state?
Yes, the ones set by the state government are, and that will be enforced by QPS. As far as the conditions that the e-operator puts on their the people using them, they are, you know, things like, obviously they have to wear a helmet, they have to read the rules and abide by the rules and regulations. They cannot double on them. They've got to be, the rider's got to be over 16, all those sort of requirements. Yeah, they're quite rigid.
I'd imagine the police won't be too happy about having extra work to do. But the other one I would ask, what about education in schools? Licensing, they need to be a certain age?
Yes, they have to be over For Neuron, they have to be over 18. For the Queensland regulations, they have to be over 16 to operate.
Okay, so
or
this-
they can be a child, this is the Queensland state regulations, they can be 12 and over if they have an adult with them.
So when they have an adult with them, they can't double on the bikes?
No.
So what's the adult with them? Where would the adult be?
That's more for private scooter operators. That's the Queensland road regulations. Neuron's rules are they have to sign a thing to say they're 18 and over.
So where do they get these conditions that they need to comply with?
On the app that they download before they can actually operate the scooters, they have an application. They have to read the rules and regulations and agree to those terms and conditions.
That's the application with the scooter owners, the proponents?
Correct.
What about
yes.
the police? Do they have any licence that they need to go through the police department?
No.
So they can...
No, not neither. Well, just as you don't require a licence to operate one if you own one privately.
Yeah.
Or a bicycle or anything like that.
Yeah. So there's no, sorry, Councillor, there's no licence requirements. No.
Yes.
Councillor Watson.
Sorry, you finished? Yeah. I've often seen in Rocky with the Neuron scooters where there's primary school kids riding these, and sometimes 3 of them on the scooter to get to school. And I'm just wondering, how does Neuron monitor these sort of things if they've got school kids? I mean, I've also seen them dragging skateboards behind and all sorts of things.
Councillor Watson, I assume that it's, well, one, you have to have a credit card or a debit card, obviously, to pay and download the app. So I don't know if the parents have allowed that or if those children actually have their own funds to do that. They obviously, QPS and Neuron should be monitoring that. I can't speak for what's happened in that situation, but one would hope that that the police would monitor that situation.
And seeing that we've taken on some of the situations with the insurance side of things, are we liable if those kids have an accident, or Neuron?
Neuron has third-party liability insurance. Council's only liability would be if there was like damage on the footpaths or things like that that actually caused the accident, but we have checked with our insurance that those people would then be covered by our insurance, same as would a cyclist or someone walking.
So even if they're 12-year-olds riding along, they'll still be covered?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, Councillor. What would happen though, they would be breaching Neuron's conditions. So I'm not an expert in how that would work, but that would be up to that would be up to Neuron, definitely through their insurance to deal with.
All right. Okay, councillors, we've got a move of Councillor Eastwood, seconded Councillor Bello. Councillor Eastwood, do you want to speak to the report?
I guess when I thought about this one, it was with some trepidation that I decided to move this. And the one thing that stopped me from, or allowed me to move this, is that we do have a break in having this 12-month trial period. I really hope this works, and we needed to give it a go. It could be a great asset, or otherwise we may get plenty of nuisance reports in regard to it. I'm really pleased that the speed limit has been dropped down to 12 kilometres an hour. That's really helped me on this one, and I do urge that the councillors do go with this, and that we come back to this table in 12 months' time, and if things haven't gone too well, I certainly won't hesitate in I guess, taking their battery packs out. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Anyone speaking against? Right. Anyone else like to speak for? Councillor Bello, you're seconding. Do you want to speak for it?
I think the remarkable thing with these is the technology, the way that it's advancing, and there's, I guess, not so much a responsibility on us, but the opportunity to give these trials a go, and who knows what the technology will be like in years to come. But so it's sort of been part of the journey, more so along the way, rather than saying we'll only get on board when it's perfect. And I think it takes time for these things to get perfect, or to get close to perfect. But to embrace change is challenging, but it's positive to see this type of technology delivering such a recreationally positive outcome and convenience-wise and a whole range of things. So it mightn't be perfect, and I'm sure there'll be some teething problems with it, but I think as Councillor Eastwood said, the speed is certainly a big factor, and to be reduced to 12 is key for my support. So look forward to the trial, and we'll see what it looks like at the end of it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, councillors, we'll close debate and go to the vote. Moved Councillor Eastwood, seconded Councillor Bello. All in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you. Councillors, the CEO informs me we're right to go back to 11.6, which is that matter in relation to Wadalla Creek. So we'll firstly lift that from the table. Can I, all in favour? Thank you. Carried unanimously. Right, okay. So Councillor Mather, I think you were the one requesting the change to the resolution. So I'll just, if you wanted to, we'll come back to you in terms of whether you want to propose that further on down the track. So the new resolution reads, 1, council supports the proposal to construct a concrete bed level floodway across Wadalla Creek on an improved alignment in accordance with current funding deed. 2, budget savings from the Stanage Bay Road upgrade project to be prioritised to the rehabilitation of the first seal section of Stanage Bay Road, approximately 4 kilometres, and widening of the existing single-lane bridge at Tilpal Creek. 3, council officers liaise with the federal government to formalise the change to funding deed and project scope. Is that to the funding deed? And 4, council officers inform the Stanage Bay community of council's decision. Councillor Mather, are you happier with that? All right, so you're happy to move that?
Is that word "the" before funding?
To formalise the change to the funding deed. The change to the funding deed. All right. All right, so move Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Eastwood. We happy to go straight to the vote on this, councillors? All right, so all in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. So back to 1111, which is the application for permanent road closure adjacent to lot 28, L168, 9 Mile Road, Marlborough. Mr. Executive Director, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just by way of background, this request was first put to Council in 2016, and Council had no objections at that time, subject to a condition of a 40-metre road reserve being retained for future use by Council. That was reaffirmed in 2018 through Council, and just due to the time period between 2018 and now, the Department of Resources has again asked Council if they have any further comments regarding this application. Our view hasn't changed as officers, and like to put this to the table for resolution to accept the permanent road closure with a condition of minimum 40 metres to be retained. I have to take questions.
Thank you. Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Friedman. Just looking at the actual map of where the road closure will be, have we undertaken any traffic counts to see how many people actually use that area that is proposed to be closed?
No, not that I'm aware of.
And do we know how many properties actually this may affect in either direction?
I haven't looked into that, Councillor, but I would say that we are requesting to retain a 40-metre road reserve. The current road reserve varies between 200 metres and 400 metres.
Yes.
So we're not suggesting that the road be closed to through traffic. We're retaining the right to maintain a 40-metre corridor, which is which would be, say, twice as wide as a residential street corridor.
Sure. Thank you for that clarification.
A question, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if anybody recall this, but is this a result of an application for a landowner there where there's been some ambiguity as to who's travelling through there, unannounced and unidentified, with questionable activities in that area? Because I know I dealt with one going back some time ago. Councillor Bello will remember this. And there was a delay there because that needed to sort out who owned which land and where the road was going to. And there were further investigations taking place. And I'm just wondering if this is the one, because it's right at the end of Atkinson's Road.
Yeah, I
and
was
just
just going
sort
to
of
say,
falls in there.
Yep.
If that was the result of the application, I'd support it, if it's the one. But
I was going to say, Councillor Mather, I recall that being Atkinson Road, which is different. It's on the other side of the highway. This one's for 9 Mile, which leads into Marlborough. So they're two different applications. I haven't heard back from that applicant for Atkinson Road after our discussions probably 12 to 18 months ago.
you know the one I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
I know the one you're talking about, and that hasn't come back to.
So did we resolve, with that one, did we resolve anything that was closed at the time? Because it was quite contentious.
I think we had a good discussion with the landowner, and they needed to go away and consider a few different options, and the ball's in their court.
Yes. I don't want to prolong if this is something that needs to happen, and DNR's obviously been patient. But I'm not so sure what this is going to achieve, because you've got a bite taken out of a road reserve, and it's in the Kunnawarra area, so it's exactly in the spot, and this is what's concerning me. I just don't want to make a mistake, because I understand that there could be other people there who have an interest in closing this off, but at the same time, I also understand that there may not be activities that we would approve of. So
Well,
Mr.
hopefully,
Mayor,
Councillor Mather, that would be a matter for DNR to pursue through engagement with the community up there.
is it possible we could lie this on the table till after lunch, Mr. Mayor, and I can make a few inquiries?
Or if you want to move a procedural motion to do that,
I'd
Councillor,
be
you
happy.
can do
Yes,
that.
please, thank you, just to be on the safe side, because I don't want to mess up something that I don't fully understand, because if it's not the people I'm thinking of, I wonder who it is and why.
All right, so you're going to lay this on the table
Yes, please,
until
till
later in
after.
the meeting, pending further contact with local residents?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All in favour? Carried unanimously. All right, so 11:12, application for permanent road closure, Venture Trail off Darien Road, Coral, adjacent to Lot 1, registered plan 848851.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This one is quite straightforward. The application is to permanently close this venture trail, as shown on the map in the attachment. Officers are not supportive of this application due to it being a fire trail with historical fire activity significance. It's a strategic environmental and community values. It's been used as secondary link to Darien Road during times of disaster and so on. So I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you.
Councillor Friend?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Mr. Creedman, I completely understand where the officer's recommendation is coming from. No issue with it. But if that's the case, why do you think that there was support from Coral Fire Brigade to close this road? Are they suggesting to close it just for everyone but themselves, or?
I'm not sure. I don't know why they're supporting it.
Councillor Friend? Councillor Mather,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would ask a similar question, because when you look at the map, if everybody understands where they are, you come off Slighton Road, what's the other one? Mount Chalmers Road. Go along Mount Chalmers Road, and then you get that real kink, almost a very acute bend to the left that goes on to Mount Chalmers. But Venture Road comes off that. and there are a few little properties there, and it stops at a gate. Now, as you can see, that one goes straight through to Darien Road, which I would consider as a strategic fire trail. That's my thought. And I don't know whether it's being used as such, but I would like to know what the fire brigade feel that they need to close it for. Unless there's a landowner who's been having trouble with motorbikes and rat bags coming through their property. That does happen, and that's probably most reasons why they want to get rid of fire trails, because they attract the wrong people, just having a bit of recreation.
Well, my understanding from reading the report, Councillor Mather, was that the Rural Fire Service has no objection to it happening. On the other hand, they probably would have no objection if it remained open either. That
So
we
it
might
wasn't the
interpret
fire brigade who asked that it be closed, was it?
no, it wasn't asked. It wasn't them that asked for it. They were just part of the consultation.
Okay.
Councillor Watson.
I've covered a lot of fires out there, and it's pretty hair-raising. And I can't believe that they would be not worrying about it. Because, I mean, I've travelled some of those backtracks, you know, to get photos, and I don't know why they'd mind if the road was closed. Is there a chance we could ring someone to find out why they're thinking that way?
We can do that, Councillor. You want to lay this on the table pending after lunch and find out?
Do we have someone we know we could ring?
Well, ring the local first officer.
Mr Chair, if I could propose procedural that perhaps not so much later in the meeting, but for me to make a decision on this, I'm not comfortable I've got understanding it well enough, so I'd like to lay on the table until such time to have an on-site, perhaps inspection of what is the quality of the road that's been identified.
It's a road reserve.
The quality of the lack of maintenance maybe that exists around it at the moment, to give us a better understanding of the context. So I'd seek that from council as a procedure to lay for an on-site meeting for those who want to attend and get some better background to it, with the intention of perhaps bring it to the next meeting to be reconsidered.
Is there a time frame by which the DNR wants a response, Mr Executive Director?
I don't believe so.
Excellent, righto. Okay, so you've got the procedural motion from Councillor Bello. All in favour? Carried unanimously.
Thank you, councillors.
It's a road reserve. It's not a fire trial as such. It's a road reserve.
He wouldn't have supported the procedural, so lucky we got him before he was here. Oh, sorry.
Right, councillors, the CEO tells me lunch is here, so we might just move procedural motion to break for lunch. Councillor Friend, thank you. All in favour? Carried. Thank you, councillors. Right to go? Yeah. All right, so welcome back, councillors, from lunch. Procedural motion from Councillor Mather to resume. All in favour? Thank you. Carried unanimously. Councillor Mather, I'm just going to duck back to item 1111 about that permanent road closure at Marlborough. Did you get any, have any luck over lunch?
I'm just lucky enough, I have my little phone book with me, and I've just spoken to the neighbour. The only separation is the creek.
You need your main microphone.
I've just been on the phone to one of the landowners up there, and the only separation, they're neighbours from the applicant. He nominated the applicant's name, I didn't, but the only separation is a creek. Knows nothing about it, Mr Mayor, and is concerned. So he's going to contact DNR himself and find out what it's all about. And if he said if we could buy a little bit of time until that happens, because he's still not finalised with a part of a road closure that he intended to do earlier in the piece. Remember the one you said that this one looks like it's stalled? It hasn't stalled. I think they've had other issues. But if he said we could get a little bit of time to sort this out and find out what it's all about, because it's to prevent other people from getting in there. That's really what it's about.
I guess we have to be cognizant of our role here, though.
Yes, I understand that.
We're a recipient of a request from DNR.
Yes.
And they're asking us whether we have any objections at this point. Not whether the neighbours have any objections. So I'm just cognizant of that too, Councillor Mayor.
I totally understand, Mr Mayor. And I think in the interests of understanding the purposes of the closure, I think could we ask DNR to delay this until the next meeting? We could have a final answer for them.
Well, we could potentially do that, but it wouldn't be part of the resolution, Councillor. We can just move.
Well, whatever the resolution needs to be, Mr Mayor.
Well, the resolution is that we.
That's only a proposed motion.
We agree. We don't object. We don't object. Yeah. It's not a resolution. It's a proposed motion. It's a recommendation. So far, we haven't resolved anything.
Yes. So we can divert from that proposed motion for the moment and ask that because there's Councillor is seeking.
Sorry to interrupt you, Councillor. What I might do is put the motion to the table as proposed by the officers, and then if that gets up, the CEO can make a phone call privately to DNR, just say, look, can you just follow that, or something along those lines.
Yeah. Mr Mayor.
Oh, yeah, I know that, yeah.
Mr Mayor, we may even use that motion down the track if necessary. I wouldn't like to see it put to the table just to test it and lose it, and then have to come back to it at a later date. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, I'm reluctant to make, my colleagues can jump in as well, but I mean, ultimately I'm reluctant to make changes to the resolution on the fly without sort of having...
Mr Mayor, it's not a resolution until we've voted on it.
Well, recommendation...
It's a proposal.
Put the recommendation to the table, Councillor. That's what I'm saying.
Well, if this goes through, Mr Mayor, I'm saying, then there is no sense in having any coming back to the table at a later date with further information.
No, that's right.
It'll be too late.
Yeah.
And if we've done something that is going to not be in the interests of the landowners, all of the landowners in that area, or the council for that matter.
All we're saying, Councillor, all we're being asked, Councillor, is our opinion on what should happen. The process is under the governance of DNR or DOR, whoever they are this week. But ultimately, it's under their governance. And I know, these things tend to play out, but ultimately we're being asked for council's view. The officers have given us their view, and whatever happens within the neighbourhood is something for DOR to sort of sort out.
So I've got concerns myself in that, if you remember a little while back, we had that land at Marlborough. It was landlocked and we voted on it, then we had to go and rescind it and do it. It sounds like not exact same, not the identical
Messy.
thing, but it sounds similar sort of thing. Just that we looked silly there.
Well, what do you want to do, councillors?
Maybe a circuit breaker if I propose that this lay on the table and be brought back to the next meeting to allow further information to be sought by councillors in relation to the matter, whether that be going up there themselves or meeting with the individuals that may be associated with it.
We don't need to. That sounds like a good idea.
No one's going to make you go up there, that's why...
No, I don't think we need to go up there. I just think we need to have more of an understanding before we make that decision, so we don't go through what we went through last time.
Well, isn't that what Councillor Bello is proposing? Then?
I'm saying defer it till next meeting to allow a month to gather more information.
That's all. That's all we need.
No, if you wanted to go up there, I'm not gonna, it's not compulsory by any means. But
well, as I queried the Executive Director this morning, there's no apparent time frame on this, so...
Okay. I'm happy to move the procedure
Right.
and allow for more information.
Thank you for the circuit breaker.
We have to take it off the table first.
Yeah, we do. We've got to lift it first, yeah. So can I get a resolution to lift it off the table, please? Move Councillor Mather. Procedural motion, so it doesn't require a second. All in favour? Okay. And now we have another procedural motion that it lay on the table.
Yep. Till the next meeting to allow for further information for councillors to consider.
We're going to ask the CEO to make a call. Sorry, we're going to ask the CEO to make a call?
Well, that will happen over the next month or whatever anyway.
You've got a month to do your due diligence, basically.
But I thought we were going to suggest the CEO
We can
made
do
a
that.
call to...
Within
Otherwise,
the
we're
next-
all ringing up doing the same thing, so we'd have one person doing it.
Well, we can work that out after the meeting and how that's going to work.
No, all we're doing, Councillor Watson, is just laying it on the table for another month in order for further information to be gathered. All right. 11:13. So sorry, all in favour. Here we go. Thank you. Unanimous. All right. So 11:13 is the Audit Risk and Improvement Committee meeting from the 19th of September 2022. Welcome to the table, Madam CFO.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, councillors. I'm presenting today the unconfirmed minutes from the Audit Risk and Improvement Committee held on the 19th of September this year. The meeting was held virtually with all the members in attendance except for the Deputy Mayor, who was an apology that day. The agenda covered a broad range of topics that were in line with the work program that has been adopted by the committee. So there were updates provided to the committee on our approach to cybersecurity, which is very timely given what's happening to some other large companies within Australia. Update on the human services quality framework, annual safety update, risk management, performance management, and financial matters. The committee also received the internal audit reports on data analytics, a capital works program, customer request practices, and infrastructure charge agreements and developer assessment processes and practices. The committee also confirmed the inclusion of the content on their activities for consideration in the 21-22 annual report. We received some positive feedback from the committee on the reports, and they did offer further feedback for officers to consider when preparing these reports to look at it from a risk perspective rather than just purely an information sharing perspective. The next meeting of the committee will be held on the 5th of December, and they've also requested a briefing to council on the next day, on the 6th of December. I'm happy to take any questions from the table on this.
Thank you, Madam CFO. Questions, councillors?
I have one in the absence of anyone else. Just in regards to the safety yearly report, and I apologise, I'll have to come back to it myself. So the safety yearly update references a query from the committee in regards to total workplace incidences, and the response offered by officers at the time was this directly relates to education, so more people are reporting, and that doesn't provide any concern. Is that still the view held by the executive of our organisation?
Mr. Mayor, I think we've discussed before that you know, we have some way to go in terms of our safety performance. I think the data supports that. Certainly, in relation to the specific inquiry that was raised at the audit committee, it did relate to an apparent spike in incidents, which is attributed to increased reporting. So we're encouraged by the increased reporting. I think we have a more accurate picture of what is happening, but we are still encountering safety incidents in the workplace that we'd prefer to not be.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Bello?
No, Mr. Chair, none from myself, sorry.
Okay. All right. So can I get a mover and a seconder? Thank you. To receive the report. Councillor Mather, Councillor Watson, thank you. Councillor Mather, do you want to speak to the report?
No, Mr. Mayor, just to say that I like the conclusion here, demonstrating strong governance responsibilities by enabling independent oversight of the management of risk, compliance and legislation and standards, internal audit function and external audit and reporting requirements. It covers a lot of things, Mr. Mayor, and I think it's fair to tell the table that I'll be making a contribution to this next time around. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor. Any discussion on this one, councillors? We're just happy to go to the vote. All right. So we've got a move of Councillor May, the second of Councillor Watson to receive. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. All right. 11.14 is the monthly financial report for the period ending 30 September. Madam CFO.
Thank you, Mayor. So in the body of the report, it does say that the finalisation of the statements had yet to be completed. I can offer that since this report has been completed and today, that there were no additional changes to the year end, so the results will be unaltered from the finalisation of the 21-22 financial statements. So overall, the year-to-date operating result is positive, and that's largely due to the generation of the half-yearly rates in August, with the due date being in September. Although the month of September did report a deficit, so that's essentially reflective of the discount that was taken up, which is a negative revenue amount being greater than the revenue generated in the month of September, but it would be expected. There are some trends that are starting to emerge after the first quarter of the financial year. This is predominantly around the higher than anticipated interest earnings, so with the increase in the cash rate. Council is benefiting from that with higher interest earnings from our investments. And we have noted that there is, which is offset by lower than estimated development, building and waste fees. The total cash held remains strong at $109 million, and that's to be expected in line with the first half yearly levy of the rates and charges. We do review restricted cash on a bi-monthly basis, so it does remain unchanged from what was reported to Council in August, which is remaining at $42 million. So that is where we have obligations imposed on us externally, so in regards to unspent developer charges or unspent grant revenue, and our internal restrictions. There is a reduction in the outstanding receivables, so that's reflective of the majority of accounts being, being paid within the payment term, so by the due date. As outstanding rates is $5.2 million, and 35% of that is currently under management. With respect to procurement, so the spend year to date in September shows a high spend with businesses located in Queensland, outside of the central Queensland area, and they're remain predominantly related to payments to contractors for capital works, annual software licence fees and other annual fees such as valuation membership and valuation rolls. It is pleasing to report that spend with businesses within Livingstone is quite strong at 22% of our spend with suppliers, which equates to about $4.9 million. Debt has reduced as expected in line with our quarterly debt service payments. Our interest rates for borrowings are fixed, so our exposure to interest rate movements is limited to only forecast new borrowings. In regards to capital expenditure, so we've expended $8.7 million of a $44 million budget. However, we do have just over $23 million in committals, so that's about 63% of our total approved budget is accounted for. So we have met the target of 40% of the adopted budget of actuals and targets at Q1. There are some risks around capital delivery that remain consistent with what we've seen in previous years around supply chain pricing, resourcing and availability. It's also worthy to note that there is some risk around capital funding for some of the projects in regards to federal funding. But we'll know more tonight and tomorrow. So I'm happy to take any questions from councillors on this report.
Indeed. Questions, councillors? Councillor Mather.
You're preempting, Mr. Mayor. Vouchers, Andrea, have you had any problems with the voucher system, the new one? I know it doesn't come under you as a rule, but
the waste vouchers.
So in terms of the financial reporting, there's been no change to how we account for it. In regards to the implementation, that's probably best redirected to
Nigel.
Through Michael.
Yep. Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors?
The ratio of the ASO has come up there, 21%.
So that will be reflective of increased spend on renewal activities. So we've had a briefing today on the Standage Bay Road upgrade. That's certainly contributing to the increase in the asset sustainability ratio.
Yes, we're spending the money. Only a couple of mil left.
I'm happy to move, councillors. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Bello.
Second, Mr. Chair. Just if I could, though, Andrea, any early trends or anything that's surprised you that that speaks to us through these figures here, or anything there that you've gone, oh, gee, that's slightly not what I thought, or?
Oh, certainly what we had noticing around the development application fees and the waste fees in particular. So they are below year-to-date budget expectations, which is, I did flag previous month, which I guess, you know, with the increased cost of living pressures on a variety of people and supply chain and construction, those sorts of things, probably not unexpected. That would be a slowing down, especially with interest rate increasing. There will be a slowing down of development activity. So we just have to be very mindful of that over the coming months to see whether the impact is going to be material.
Because it'll be interesting to see in terms of early years of councils gone by, we had over perhaps pitched what the development fees and that were going to be. We were never really, we were well beyond what they ever were.
We're understating.
No, we were not. I'm talking previous councils I was involved in here had significantly overestimated the development activity.
On average, 400 properties a year every year.
And it took a few years for that to actually sort of come home and to roost almost and say, hang on, you can't keep stating something that's, we're seeing, you know, the evidence is not supporting that. So if that's affecting your long-term planning, all that sort of stuff, the sooner you get that accurate, the better. So it seems like there'd been significant increase in the, you know, in that activity, but now it's starting to slightly dip below what our expectations were, which is.
So in terms of the value of the difference between what we're expecting to what's being, so those things are a part of our fees and charges line item. So if you have a look at page 300 in mine, so the fees and charges year to date are less than budget. Page 300, so just on the table.
300, slow down a tiny bit.
Page 300.
Yep, thank you.
The first financial report there in terms of the operating result. So it's only below budget expectations by $145,000, and that's spread across all of our fees and charges revenue streams. The most notable difference when we've drilled down into that is in the development fees and waste. So they are contributing to that, as is a number of other smaller line items. They're the ones that are. So $145,000 is material for us to be reporting. So it's just, we'll just need to monitor.
Just to see what that trend does, and you know, and whether it's, if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Chair, whether I just can drag it on a little bit more.
If you like.
Whether it and whether the same causation of that continues, as in, i.e., is it because of the limited materials and labour and all that sort of stuff, or is it actually the development community itself starting to slow down because of market concerns or whatever the case may be? You know what I mean? Like, they're two different things, I think they are anyway.
So next month I'll be able to bring back and we'll have a look at the different types of revenue streams. So the development application fee, so in terms of your new lots, we'll be able to have a look at those as opposed to things like your building and plumbing applications. So we'll be able to see where both of those are tracking.
How exciting what these figures can tell us.
It's very exciting.
Well, tonight's budget's going to be even more interesting, because if we're going to see a diminution of major projects right across the country, then that's going to affect employment, supply chain, and lots of different things. All right. So we've got a mover and myself, seconded Councillor Bello. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Andrea. And we are up to 11:15, which is the policy review, acquiring land and easements for infrastructure services policy and procedure. That's a mouthful. Welcome back to the table, Mr. Executive Director.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The policy was adopted in May 2019, and officers have taken some time just to review it, and just like to say that the policy has been enacted to allow council to construct and maintain infrastructure such as roads, drainage, water and sewer infrastructure, and obtain tenure over freehold land. So we do that in two ways, and the procedure details for officers how that may be accommodated, and that's either through agreement, which is our preferred method, or through resumption. So within the procedure, if there's a requirement for resumption, then we must seek a council resolution before we proceed. If it's through agreement, then within the procedure there is an existing delegation that sits with my role and also the manager engineering services to be able to begin discussions with the property owner to acquire land by agreement, and then within the procedure there's an expectation that myself or the manager of engineering services would provide updates to council from time to time on such matters. Other than that, it's very much the same policy and procedure has previously been adopted in 2019. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Any questions, councillors?
Mr Mayor, I think I'd probably be the one to be asking for more land for drainage purposes, because we seem to have more drainage problems than we can handle. So it doesn't surprise me if we need to come back and ask for land for those purposes, and they are essential, and it make a lot of people's lives a lot easier when that does occur. Pain in the beginning, but the outcome is always good.
Thank you, councillor. Happy to go. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved councillor Mather, seconded councillor Friend. Happy to go to the vote, councillors. All right, so all in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr Executive Director. 1116 is a request from Yeppoon Coast Guard for council to provide bins and weekly waste removal for free. Welcome to the table, Molly.
Afternoon, everyone. Thank you. The report in front of you this afternoon details the request from the Yeppoon branch of the Australian Volunteer Coast Guard, otherwise known as QF11, to council for the provision of 2 general waste bins and a permanent annual waste removal service for those at their location in Roslyn. The report goes through and answers some of the questions that were raised at the briefing session. So essentially the Yeppoon branch of the Australian Volunteer Coast Guard have been using the public bins in the car park. Those bins have now been replaced with wheelie bins rather than large skip bins to encourage the public to, be more mindful of their waste. So now that there are only the 3 bins provided publicly, the Coast Guard have asked for their own to be provided. So prior to this, they have not had a waste service. Officers, internal stakeholders don't support this request due to the fact that every other not-for-profit group that either leases to council or leases from someone else do not receive free waste service. They do, however, as a not-for-profit, receive a remission on their waste services via our rates, rebates and remissions policy. And also under the tenure policy for those that lease from council, they receive the remission amount rather than a free amount. The Coast Guard actually lease from the state government directly. So one of the recommendations is for them to approach their landlord for that support if required. There are some other recommendations around how the Coast Guard could use waste as a source of revenue, containers for change, those sorts of things. I'm happy to answer any further questions. Hopefully the queries that you had at briefing were answered in this report.
Okay, thank you, Molly. Councillor Friend.
Oh, thank you, Mr Mayor. Thanks, Molly, I appreciate it. Molly, where does this fit into council's community service obligations?
If council were to grant a free waste service, it would be a community service obligation. That's the sort of only mechanism that we can use rather than create a whole budget line. As you're aware, Waste Services doesn't have a budget line to provide for free. No, that's right. Neither do other departments. So if council were to grant this request, I have the alternative motion there. It would need to be via a CSO.
Sure. Okay. Thank you so much. I'll come back to you. I have another one.
Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Molly. always good value there. Mike, you come up with all the information. I'm just trying to get my head around where did they dispose of their waste before? You
So
did
they-
say, but a bit fast.
Sorry. They have 2 recycling bins that they pay for via their rates, with the remission for not-for-profits, but they haven't had general waste bins of their own. They have been using the bins that are provided in the Roslyn Bay car park that are public waste bins.
So we pay for those.
Correct.
Oh,
The ones in the public car park, I believe we do. Please correct me if I'm...
I recently had to ring the harbour master and I was told that they're paid for by state through a different contractor.
Maybe they are then. I do know that they've changed from skips to general waste. So apologies, I could be incorrect.
And we just need to get the correct information, that's all.
The reason that question came up, I was in the Reef Guardian meeting and they were asking about that particular thing and that's why we chased it up. So, yeah. So.
I can clarify for you whether council pays for those bins or not. I can definitely find that out. The Yeppoon branch is essentially asking, instead of using publicly provided bins, they would like their own, but they would like council to provide them for free.
Okay, so if we said no, and we're going to propose that, does that mean they go to the public bins and just use theirs?
Or they could pay for the bin service
so
with a remission.
They're not losing anything really, they're not losing anything, they're just like something personal to them.
Perhaps if I can make a slight contradiction to that from visual experience, I think the current bin situation is, well, shall we say, well and truly utilised and are generally overflowing. So I think with the bigger bins probably provided a better opportunity for the Coast Guard to dump their rubbish, whereas now my understanding is when they go out to dump their rubbish, the bins are quite often full.
Okay, so there's obviously got to be a big shift of some kind, and who pays for what and how. I mean, if we're going to have tourism or we're going to have people coming and going on the boating, and we need them here because we've just been to Barrabash, who was with me there. Room, 400 people, 200 people. Everybody uses it. 92% of the anglers fish on our coastline. I found that out. Sorry, I'm just finished, Mr. Mayor. That if that's the case, if we've got all these people using our facilities, and if they're using our facilities, we have to cater for those facilities.
Sorry, keep going, Councillor.
We just need to identify who pays for what. That's all. But if we don't want to be taking big bins away and giving them little bins, we're going to have a problem there.
Councillor Maber, I think the contradiction there is that we don't provide the bins. It's currently a harbour master provided service to the people who are the users of the harbour. So the problem's not us, the challenge is not ours, it's actually the harbour master managing waste on the harbour master's site. So it's a state-based property that uses state-based facilities that the state pays for. It's really got nothing to do with us other than they're asking us to fill in the gap because the harbour master's not reacquiescing to their desire. So we've not provided the bins and downsized them. The harbour master's changed from big bins to little bins. That's right, but it's not us, it's the harbour master.
Why was that done in the first place? Was there no consultation with us to say this is what's going to happen, these could be the consequences?
Well, they wouldn't consult with us because we don't have any property there to be engaged in that space. The harbour master would engage with his tenants, which is the Coast Guard, etc. So we're kind of on the outside asking questions about what's going on the inside.
Well, I think we have an obligation to ask those questions because we're going to pick up the tab if we have to take any extra services down there.
We're not putting any in there.
I know.
I think it's as Councillor Hutton is stating, I mean, it's outside of our jurisdiction in that sense. Yeah, but the harbour master is paying for that service.
Sure.
But if we're not providing enough service.
Yeah, that's a matter between them and their tenants. No, it's okay. All the premises on the harbour that utilise the harbour facilities are their tenants. Well, the businesses that utilise those, the business that occupy the premises on the harbour are the tenants of the harbour master and state.
I've got a question.
Yeah, true. That's right.
It's a matter of who's who in the zoo, isn't it? Identifying this.
Mr Mayor, I have a question through you,
Councillor
Molly.
Friend.
Yes, I remember. So we understand it's the Harbour Master's responsibility. It's a state government lease. We've never supplied bins to that particular area. So have you spoken to the Commodore of the Coast Guard to ask them, have they liaised with the state, and have they proceeded? Have they received a negative response, or?
They're awaiting the result of this report to determine what they might do next. I don't have further detail than that, I'm sorry. The concern, obviously, of officers and other departments is more about the precedents than the particular group that's asking the question. They're a fantastic group and they do a lot of great work, as do many of our not-for-profits across the Shire. Our policy says that we will give them a remission for their waste services. So the recommendation comes from a position of ensuring equity and making sure that all those that are not-for-profit are considered in the same manner, rather than this particular group not getting enough. So that's, I can talk to them further, but that's the response I've had thus far. But we would support them with any conversation they'd wish to have further with the state or the Harbour Master or any of those people.
I guess I'm kind of surprised, because I would have thought a lot of these questions would have been asked in the briefing session, Councillor, so you might try and wrap this up. But Councillor Watson.
I just had a question. It's sort of, if the harbour's owned by the state, as in thing, how do we charge rates? Wouldn't the rates be paid? Wouldn't the Harbour Master have a rates thing and they'd separate it? I mean, how do we end up sending them out a rates notice?
Mr Mayor, I think we're just drifting off a little bit.
Yeah, I realise that, but I'm just trying to work out how.
Yeah, well,
what I'm getting at is,
we would have a contract with them.
All right.
So I'm going to go back to the recommendation. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Mover? I'll move it. So, Councillor Watson going to move it. I'm happy to second it. Right, whatever. All right. So, Councillor Watson, did you want to? Who's moving? I'm moving. I don't feel the need to speak to it. I think we've said enough. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Mather.
I'll speak for it, Mr Mayor.
Right.
Just to say that if I supported the recommendation, it would give Molly the opportunity to go back and talk to the Harbour Master to see what they can do as an alternative. Thank you.
Okay. Are we happy to go to the vote on this one, councillors? All right. So I've got a mover myself, second to Councillor Watson. All in favour? Those against? Motion's carried. 11:17 is Livingstone Shire Council and the Real Group Community Grant Scheme, Round 1. A good news story. Yeah.
Have you moved? Good news story.
Geez, you're being a bit greedy, taking all the good ones.
It doesn't have to lie on the table, Mr Mayor.
Yes, I've got the best job of the whole day. Good afternoon.
Welcome, Jo.
It's a great one to finish on. So it's the best job in the world to be able to put to the table our recommendation for the receivers of our Round 1 22-23 Community Grant Scheme. As you can see on your report, we had 18 submissions. One was deemed not able to progress further, and so out of the 17 that were eligible, we distributed 15 grants. So
well done.
Very exciting.
Any questions, councillors? All right, Councillor Eastwood's moving. Can I get a seconder? Councillor Friend, thank you. She just beat you by a whisker. Councillor Eastwood, do you want to speak to the motion?
Look, I'll just give my normal wrap with this, Mr Mayor. Look, it's always great to look after our not-for-profits. They just bring so much to our community, and they are our community. So, the sad thing is, a couple of people missed out, but it was only 2. So, and I do encourage them, if they're watching or listening or read the minutes, to reapply in the next round of grants. So I just encourage everybody to vote in the affirmative for this one, Mr Mayor.
I get the feeling that's not going to be a problem. All right. So we've got a mover. Anyone speaking against? All right, we'll go to the vote on this. I think it's fairly simple. Sorry? Councillor Eastwood and Councillor Friend. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. And thank you, Joe and Molly. Okay, we've just got an item of late business from Councillor Bello. And Councillor Bello, can I urge you to put these in at a much more amenable time, please? Yeah. I will allow it though. So. Mine was 9 hours late. Yours was 9 hours late. Oh, yeah, notice of motion. Well, you could have raised it as an urgent matter, Councillor.
I wouldn't dare step out of shoot, Mr. Mayor. I'm thinking about your position.
I'm not saying I would have allowed it, Councillor.
With due respect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, go to Councillor Bello, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we have the option here to put matters up for consideration for urgent business, and that's the time, obviously, the more leading time you can, or if you don't, or if you don't have the opportunity of that, it's within our standing orders. So, councillors, just to give you a bit of background, I've sent an email to executive support to put up something here, and this comes about recently that I think it's called The Living Room, which is a television show that Dr. Chris Brown, the vet, and a few others are on there. I can't remember their names, but it's a pretty good program. He recently attended surf lakes and had a fantastic article about surf lakes. It was a really good article about Yeppoon, but one thing that really struck me and disturbed me in the article was he made a point to say that Yeppoon and the Capricorn Coast doesn't get any surf at all. And he was almost trying to highlight why surf lakes are so good here, because Yeppoon actually doesn't get any surf. And I sat there and thought, hang on, Chris, that's actually not even close to being accurate. And this is a national program that goes out across Australia, and I thought, well, the only thing I can do is to call on this council to, and in a motion I've put forward to Justine. You didn't get it, Justine? No. Well, I've put something to the effect that I'd like us to invite Dr. Chris Brown and the Living Room project back to Yeppoon to experience here, a surfing experience. I've nominated with Capricorn Coastline to surf because Pat is our, he's our man when it comes to surf. If he doesn't want to be involved,
I might have to leave the room, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, I'm thinking that.
No. You're not appointing. Oh, sorry, keep going, Councillor Bello.
So anyway, the essence of it is it'd be a great chance to further engage with the Living Room program. Maybe we can write the program a letter of invite coming back to the Capricorn Coast to enjoy a surfing experience with Capricorn Coastline to surf, and further promote actually the positives of our region, and just to correct, I guess, on record that this region does actually get good surf. Now it may seem quite an insignificant thing and not really important, but when that program's going across Australia, well, I wasn't going to pay him anything, he was going to do it for free.
Now that he's mentioned you, yeah, that's right.
Well, that's, in essence, that's what the motion is, that I'd like to move under urgent business. I respect that you may have a different opinion. I think it's light-hearted. I hope that we don't see it as something that's seriously a risk, but it's actually engaging with a really prominent personality who stated something incorrectly, and this is a chance to correct that. So that's what the motion's about, and look forward for a second.
My councillor friend had a lot on first, mate.
Thank you. Councillor Bello, I'm actually think it's a great light-hearted notice of motion to pass. However, I wouldn't feel comfortable nominating Capricorn Coast Learn to Surf in the motion because it is our fellow councillors' business, and I would find that I'm in conflict with that. I mean, whether we want to invite them up to experience the natural, beautiful place and the surf that we do have here, and whether you and Councillor Eastwood wish to liaise with them when they come up, that's up to you, but I don't feel comfortable nominating a fellow councillor's business.
Well, can I perhaps
Happy
suggest
to remove.
capital suggestion, councillor Bello,
We'll remove that out.
the coast to experience the surf experience with our local surfers.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr Chair. Happy to make that minor adjustment. Great.
Can I just make a point? There are 2 surfing reserves in Australia. Bells Beach, Big Jet. We do have surf. It was brought in by Surfrider in the committee that I was in back in 2003 to 2003. So,
All right, so we've got a mover.
unfortunately, it made it extra busy.
Councillor Friend has seconded, I believe. Yeah. So we've got a mover and Councillor Bello, seconded Councillor Friend. Happy to go to, did you want to wrap up, Councillor Bello?
Oh, well, I'd love to speak. Look, it's not often you get opportunities, I guess, to step into a conversation that's taking place on a national scale and try and promote your region. It was fantastic exposure that was on that particular television show, but it did really state a real inaccurate, and it sent a message that actually, for people maybe even considering, do I go to Yeppoon or do I go to Agnes Waters maybe? Do I go to Yeppoon or maybe I go to the Sunshine Coast? And the number of people that, like even on the weekend, the cars up on Farnborough Beach, I tell you, man, we have got a challenge to manage that particular area there, and it's such an amazing experience to be able to drive up that beach, whether you go fishing or surfing, what have you, but there was hundreds of cars up there. It's an amazing experience. A big driver in that is the quality of the surf that we get up there, and a lot of people don't understand it. And it was only Councillor Eastwood that pointed out to me, and I've lived here my whole life surfing, and I didn't know why it was so good. It's because the islands of Keppel actually break up the swell. So we don't get big long lines of swell that come in and just dump like they get down the southern beaches. We have islands that break up the swell, so it comes in and hits the islands, wraps around, and we get lots of little breaks, which is what Farnborough is. And it's truly a remarkable beach. So if we could get Dr. Chris Brown back here and promote the heck out of it, it could be a great thing for the Capricorn Coast. So that's what this is about.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. So we'll go to the vote on this one. Move Councillor Bello, seconded Councillor Friend. All in favour? Those against?
I'm not against it, Mr Chairman, but I have concerns about conflict.
Okay. Well, that was for the debate. The motion's now carried. Motion. All right. Okay, so any other items of urgent business, councillors? Then we'll move into closed session. Can I get someone to move? Thank you. Yeah, we will. Are we still online? No, I was just making sure she hadn't turned it off. Okay, can we move into confidential then, councillors? Going to move in a seconder, please. Moved Councillor Watson, seconded Councillor Friend. All in favour? Carried. Thank you very much. Shut the machine off.